a visiting researcher at East China Normal University, China. Dr. Rajesh Manu research is centered on converting organic waste into renewable energy and value-added products using advanced biological and engineering techniques. His contribution spans areas such as anaerobic microbial fuel cells, membranes, bioreacts, and nutrition recovery, making significant advancement in circular, bioeconomic, and environmental sustainability. He has published over 240 index research articles, authored 5 books. He holds 10 patents in the domain of waste to energy. He has successfully secured 10 major research grants from Indian government agencies and complete 2 industrial consultancy projects. He has also guided 17 PhD scholars and over 100 postgraduate students in environmental engineering and science. Dr. Rajesh Pano serves as a senior editor for ePrime Journal and was honored with the Think of Ecology Award by Corporation Japan in 2018 recognition. His outstanding contribution to ecological innovation through the waste to energy research. I welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. Am I audible?
Sir, yes, sir, audible, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
So now I will share my PPT.
okay, sir.
Can you able to view my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir, slide is viewing, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Dr. J. Rajesh Manu. In the afternoon session, I am going to handle you challenges and ethical consideration in disaster management. Before we go in detail about this topic is generally theory. So a lot of theory will going to come. However, some of the most of the theories are you don't know much about those things. But if we can recall what we have studied in our UG as well as PG, we can easily understand. Okay? Because it's these are all the things that comes up after the disaster. Okay, so first we will see introduction about disaster. Sorry, it is a sudden catastrophic event disturbing human life as well as property and environment. Say, for example, a natural disaster like earthquakes means if earthquake happens above the magnitude of 7 in Richter scale, it causes quite a lot of catastrophic damages. In addition to the valuable human life, properties and environment worth several $1 million will be damaged. Okay. So because of the reason nowadays more importance is being given to management of this disaster. In addition, we frequently due to our climate change, nowadays we are frequently exposed to various disaster. So it is the right time to create awareness about this as well as how to mitigate it and how to prevent it. So these are all the things which are very very essential. So there are different type of disorder, natural disorders, technological disorders, man-made disorders. So natural disorders, if we read a newspaper regularly, nowadays everywhere natural disasters are happening, like floods, which are due to climate change. As a result, in the last 2 years back, we got a biggest disaster in Kerala, as well as this year, in the beginning of this year, we in the upper Gangetic region, we had a 3 to 4 cloud break, which resulted in several loss of life as well as extensive damage to properties. So in India, we are prone to earthquake, floods, and cyclones. So the other countries like coastal, rich coastal, vast coastal area countries are prone to tsunami. So we also had its effect, hurricane and volcanic eruptions. So technological disorders include. So these are all maybe due to error. Okay, that is due to human handling error, like nuclear accident, one happened in Chernobyl, as well as the one which happened during tsunami in Japan, and chemical spills. Chemical spills include oil spills. We know that very well that India is not rich in energy. For our energy resources, we depends we depend on Gulf countries, and from the Gulf countries, oil is transported via the carriers. Okay, there is a frequent accident that happens if oil is spilled into the marine water. It causes very catastrophic effects, like it will kill the marine ecosystem, and once it enters into the marine food chain, ultimately it enters into human. We are the apex predator in the aquatic ecosystem, that we feed on fish where it is biomagnified. When you feed on it, it will causes lot of problem. Then industrial fires, then man-made disaster like armed conflicts, terrorism, social unrest, and industrial negligence. So a lot of war which are going around our earth nowadays, which resulted in loss of lives as well as properties. So what is the effect of disorder? Human casualties, injuries, and socio-economic loss. So among that, the natural disorders, their frequency is increasing every decade. Okay, just some cyclone like earthquake and all, we are not here that much. The frequency of earthquake is not that much some 30 years back, but now we are experiencing a lot of it. As well as flooding. Flooding is a major problem that developing country are nowadays being exposed to that. And among that, Bangladesh is the country which is mostly affected by flooding. And what are the other factors it contribute? Urbanization and deforestation will increase its effect to several folds, as well as globalization causes cascading effects during disaster. That is, if you do one reaction, it will have its own opposite reaction. It's a like a touching or kicking a ball which goes and which hit it and which will turn back to us, or like throwing a boomerang, okay, which is having cascade effect. So vulnerable population suffer disproportionately. Okay, so one of the negative side of this disaster is normally rich people, they are not get affected. Marginalized sector people, that is middle income people as well as lower middle income people, who are all very much get affected by these disasters. Importance of disaster management. So it's very very important. So once disaster happens, if it is handled properly, then it will be resulted in lot of saving of human lives, as well as damage to the property can also be minimized. So protect human life and rescue the fatalities. Okay, yep. Wherever disaster happens, the first priority should be given to human lives, which is a valuable, and the person who is getting affected, not only he suffers, his family too suffers because of this. Then second aim is to minimize damage to property and infrastructure. Say for example, the Japan, where it is highly prone to earthquake, okay, where they know, the people there knows about these things, and they, in their tradition itself, they started building a house which remained unaffected by earthquake. Now in structural engineering, so many advances has been come, and the recently developed structures can withstand even 7.5 magnitude earthquake. Okay. So by the way, we can reduce the damage to property and infrastructure. And another important property aim of disaster mitigation is, we need to ensure that essential services for humans remain unaffected by these naturally occurring calamities. It include water, electricity, and healthcare. So normally during disaster time, if it is not managed properly, there are several other diseases also accompany. The main one is, since they won't get potable water, they used to drain contaminated water. As a result, secondary and tertiary infection also occur, which may increase the mortality of an incident. Then the fourth one is provide timely aid. Within the SAR, if a disaster occur means, as soon as the disaster occurs, the necessary things should be given to the community, like food, shelter, and medical care. Then reduce long-term economic loss and livelihood disruption. Then integrate preparedness, response, and recovery measures. One of the important triangle by which we can, if we can efficiently address the issues in that, then the magnitude of the disaster can be decreased in terms of loss of human lives, as well as the other essential material that human being require. Then integrate preparedness, it clearly tells that most of the cases, if you look into secondary data, possibly with the system we are having and the prediction software we are having, it is possible to prepare nearly 99 percentage of the disaster in within 2 or 3 days. Okay, so that much facility we are having. However, there is no thing is to bridge those things. This has to be addressed. Then during disaster, apply ethical principles, fairness, equity, and transparency. Why this means? This all involves money. Okay, the money mainly from government money, that is the taxpayers' money, as well as if it is in abroad, it's generally they take lot of precautions. After that only they allow the students to enter inside the lab. That is, apply ethical principles, fairness, equity, and transparency. Empower communities in disaster risk reduction. Improve societal resilience for future disaster. So, in that way, it is very essential that the disaster should be managed properly. So, if it is managed properly, number of death or human life loss can be minimized. You say, for example, in case of earthquake, if the management earthquake management that include preparedness, response, and recovery, if everything is planned properly, then we will save a lot of lives. Okay, preparedness in this case, if the area is well known for earthquake prone area, first thing is we need to educate the people there. We need to tell that if suddenly if any earthquake comes, what we need to do. So if we prepared our people, community people, so in case if a disaster strike, the loss of life will be minimized. Then what should be the response? And how good is your technology to recover the old status, that is before the disaster strikes? So everything we need to do in a good way so that loss of life will be minimized. So in disaster, in case of disaster, first we should know what are all the vulnerable populations, especially children's. They don't know how to act during that case, emergency situation. And if it is there in a hospital or schools, the children mainly depends on the caretakers. Then elderly people, where mobility is the issue, they cannot able to move up, and the health risks and isolation. And when compared to men, women are vulnerable. This is gender-based vulnerabilities, a risk of violence and exploitation. If it is in the case of war, then there is a risk of violence which are released against the women, and they sometimes they are being exploited. Then disabled, specialized evacuation and medical care needed since they are not able to walk. So to evacuate them from the particular site, we need to have a special arrangement. Then low income and marginalized communities where access towards the resource is very, very less. Say for example, Bangladesh nowadays it is highly prone to the natural disorder like flood. Due to global climate change and due to frequent flooding, water level happens to rise in that area. So the rescuers in that area should be provided with a sophisticated instrument which can capable of not only saving them but also it should help to save other people life. Then migrant and displaced persons at high risk. Why migrant means they don't have proper shelter and they 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 are also not informed properly about the ongoing situation. Then ethical responsibility to protect and prioritize the support, address mental, social, and economic vulnerability. So, say for example, in our system, okay, in social itself, there are a lot of vulnerability are there, and mentally, some are tough, some are very soft. Such cases, an equilibrium should be achieved so that the person who is going to be get affected also knows what he or she need to do. Then type of disorders we already seen natural disorders like earthquakes, floods, cyclone, tsunami, landslide. Technological, nuclear, chemical, industrial, and dam failure, which is not so often, but also it is happening between decades here and there. Then man-made disaster, which are all increasing day by day. Example: terrorism, conflicts, riots, and industrial negligence. Then hybrid disasters, which is happened due to natural and technological factors. Example: the nuclear power plant accident that happened in Japan. The plant where it is situated is Fukushima. Okay, it is mainly due to tsunami as it is rising water. Okay, where they purified their water using the technologies there. Through the one of the vent, it enter the seawater in massive scale enter into the treatment plant, where it causes several damage to life as well as structures. Then slow onset disorders like droughts, epidemics, and impact scale that include local, regional, national, and global. So, in case of climate change disaster, it's a global. So, locally, mainly technological factors that causes local disaster and regional disaster And national disaster, like during in India, the monsoon periods, there is a frequent flooding, okay, that happens nearly most of the region of India. So it is called a national disaster. Global is like what we have just now we record. Ethical consideration vary by disaster type. Then risk assessment must consider severity and population vulnerability. So in this slide, we are going to see psychological and the social impacts of a disaster. So this is what happened whenever a disaster strike. The people in a community get anxiety, depression, and long-term trauma among survivors. So in case of children, once the disaster leaves the place after it's having its own effect, the children face lot of problem. They face they face disturbed education and emotional distress. So this was happened during Corona. Okay, there is a lot of changes. As a teacher, we know very well. So our teaching mode has been changed. We were taken our classes entirely on online mode. So actually, this online mode is so it's having certain merits and demerits. If we make a student to sit in the system for lecture for throughout the day, normally they won't give their 100% attendance for the online system. For that, lot of problems it comes. So once the class is being started, in our university and all, many students they went to doctors and they are not able to sit in the class. So lot of emotional stress. They are not able to write a examination. They are highly stressed. Time management in exam, everything is lost. Now they are back into the system again. Now everything is solved. But what I mean is that in disaster, during disaster time, it will create lot of emotional and other societal problems. And women are vulnerable to exploitation and social insecurity. This and all happened during migration. One such incidents I have noticed when I was there in South Africa, where migrants are put in a tent. Okay, where so there are crowded population where women cannot be able to go out of their tent, where they are heavily exploited. So to prevent that, what the government did is, okay, for their natural call, they need to go outside. Okay, so what they did, government provided a house called portable latrine. Okay, there are a lot of rape cases was there, and that is due to a very huge migration. So once it is given, the crime rate comes down. Why I want to say is during disaster the women are become vulnerable and their security level will goes down and loss of livelihood increases. Stress and economic insecurity. These are all we ourselves faced during Corona. Then social network disrupt, community cohesion weakened. So, in addition to us, the relief workers face secondary trauma. This was also evident during this corona natural disaster. Okay, where relief workers like medical people, okay, they get lot of trauma, and some of the major disaster like earthquake, then people has to be shifted from one place to other. If it happens in a village or inside the tribal area, normally tribes do not get exposed to the communities of people, those who are living in cities. As a result, some socio-economic pressure will be there, which resulted in conflict between the communities of people. So, in such cases, psychological support is critical for sustainable recovery. Then community based interventions improve resilience. Then we need to talk about ethical importance in disaster management. So, in case of disaster, several decisions has to be made on the basis of ethics, so that we need to take decision very quickly so that the others can be saved. Okay, life and death decision require fairness and justice. Okay, say for example, consider there is a two building earthquake happened. One is multi-story building. When it collapsed, uh, one or two people trapped inside. In another case, a double-story building collapsed where it harboring 20 to 30 people. Imagine that, or assume that we are having limited resource for excavation. So in such cases, we need to take decision. Okay, even though it is deals with the life, but we need to do the right kind of decision. So the decision requires fairness and justice. Then resource allocation must follow equity principles. So this is not being practiced widely, but it has to be. When disaster strike, okay, there won't be any rich and poor. So what are all the resources which are being supplied by government? It has to be reach all the people. Okay, so don't discriminate rich people and poor people. Respect autonomy, informed consent, and voluntary participation. So whatever the rescue efforts done, it should give maximize the benefit, minimize the harm. Non-maleficence, avoid causing additional suffering. Transparency in aid reporting builds public trust. Okay, so this says that in the during crisis, people start to hide the resources. Okay, so it should not be there. Okay, if it is being done by the distributing agency, then what will happen? The people will lose the trust and they try to ransack the place. So once trust is lost, then it's very difficult to control the human being, and it may resulted in additional problem to that community. And accountability ensues, agencies are answerable. Cultural, religious sensitivity maintains dignity. So these are all the very important one. That is cultural and religious sensitive also. That everything has to be respected properly so that disaster management will happen efficiently. Ethics guide triage, prioritization, and evacuation. Now we are going to see how role of technologies plays important role in disaster. So early warning system provide advance notice. Say for example, if it is a tsunami, there are underwater sensors are there. So once the underwater sensor picks up the underwater earthquake, the message will be transmitted to satellite using a magnifier. Okay, from there it will goes to inland station within a matter of time, so that if early warning is given to human beings or the victims, then we can save lot of lives. So in that global information system and remote sensing for hazardous mapping and monitoring plays major role. Then in case if disaster happens, we need to know where the priority should be given. Okay, the volunteers has to move to the place where priority should be given. Nowadays there are a lot of equipments are helpful for that. So one is drones. It can survey the land. Okay, after before the disaster and after the disaster, and it will compare both of them, and it will clearly tells or prioritize the area where the initial orders or the things has to be done. Then you know very well mobile apps and communication system for coordination, data analytics, prioritize resource and aid. Technology aids real-time decision making and logistics. So social media is a great platform through which we can disseminate the information. Okay, so say for example, if any disaster strike, the next one is contamination of environment, and because of that, there are a lot of disease outbreak will occur. So it can cause lot of deaths. So regarding this, information can be disseminated via social media, as well as it will help to mobilize the volunteers. So we need a manpower during this time, which can be effectively addressed by means of social media. Then surveillance tool monitor risk and trigger evacuation, and ethical use ensures privacy and safety. So, in case if disaster strike, the success or outcome comes from mainly depends on involvement of community. So, if we involve the community effectively, then we can reduce the loss of lives during disaster. Local communities are the first responders in most of the disaster. Of course, during the Kaja cyclone, which happens in the Delta region here, okay. So as soon as it strike, the first community they came for rescue is okay, nearby district people. Okay, they helped a lot. Then youngsters, if they are rightly equipped, they will conduct lot of awareness program about. So in some highly prone area, awareness can be given before the disaster strike. There are some additional event cascade reaction, we call it as. Okay, that is, one sequence of reaction will stimulate the other sequence of reaction. If they give awareness about cascade reaction, then people are aware about it, then the risk will be reduced. Then drills and simulation enhance preparedness. You see, for example, during war time and all, they blow whistles. When they blow whistles, then there is or blow the sirens. There may be an aerial attack. At that time, we need to educate the common public where to hide, either go to bunkers or how to save the life, the position, how to do. Okay. So such kind of drills, simulations enhance preparedness. Volunteers support relief operations, logistics, and distribution. Then participatory planning empowers community solution. Community engagement ensures cultural sensitivity. Okay. So it's very important things. Peer counseling is very important. Say for example, that peer means the people who are all previously exposed or experienced people or educated people. The tsunami, during tsunami time, the after effect, okay, the mentality, okay, when people will lose their loved ones. So there is lot of trauma, physiological, psychological trauma. To recover that, the community has to work together. Okay, say for example, in a village, if few people lost their relative means, the community itself come and support, as well as the peer people there, they have to take care of the affected victims so that they slowly come out from their mental trauma. So community involvement enhances accountability and trust in authorities. So this is more or less same. We'll go to next slide. Then disaster management frameworks. How disaster management has been done. It's done in four phases: mitigation, preparedness, responses, recovery. This cycle ensures systematic planning before, during, and after disasters. Say, for example, if there is a cyclone affected area, means government should construct lot of shelters. Okay, maybe it may be structurally there are many types of shelters are there, above ground and below ground shelters. So if you happen to go via ECR road, you can see lot of shelters there. Okay, wind shelters. So these are all a mitigative method. Okay, this will prepare the people well in advance. So in case of any calamities comes, people has to know about the where the structure is. That is preparedness. Okay, people has to know what all the things has to do. Okay, they have to rush towards these kind of shelters. So the mitigation reduces risks and vulnerability, and preparedness ensures readiness for rapid response, and response focuses on rescue, relief, and stabilization. So recovery emphasize rehabilitation and resilience building. Continuous evaluation improves disaster management strategies. So ethical decision integrated throughout the cycle. Okay, I'll give you some 5 minutes break. So within now the time is 2:56. 3 o'clock again I will start that class. So now we will continue with the mitigations. So there are a lot of mitigatory methods are there. Prevent or reduce disaster impact through infrastructure planning. So mainly land use policies minimize exposure to hazards. Example, flood barriers, that is diversion canal, okay, during flooding, okay, that bank of the river can be strengthened like that kind of structures. Then earthquake resistant buildings as well as cyclone shelters. Yeah, these are all the mitigative methods. So they can save lot of human lives. Then environmental managements like afforestation, the soil during flooding and other natural disasters. The topsoil, which is rich in good amount of organic matter, will be lost. This can be again bring back into the original thing by means of afforestation and soil stabilization, especially landslide. Okay, landslide. This also due to human activity, and this was I think 2 years back it happens in Kerala, where due to the tourism, the entire area is prone to landslides. How to mitigate is through afforestation and soil stabilization. Risk assessment is essential. So through this assessment, hotspot can be identified. So once hotspot is identified, if a mitigation measure has been done in that area, then lot of lives can be saved. So for which civil engineering help is very much required to include urban planners as well as communities. So government during budget allocation, those area which are very prevalent in disasters has to be installed with preventive measures. Then our education institution should play a major role here by conducting educational campaigns among the public which are very near to our institution. So ethical mitigation ensures equitable protection to all. There shouldn't be any indiscrimination during disaster. That is called ethical mitigation. Preparedness. How will you prepare for a disaster? Training and drills for responders and community members. And if it, normally the flooding and all happen during rainy monsoon period, so during we know those period in advance. So during that period, government should stockpile the essential resources like food and water and medicines, and early warning system for timely evacuation. Like in case of tsunami, if early warning system is there, then there won't be any loss to human beings. Then during disaster, NGOs plays major roles as well as volunteers. And there should be a communication plan for rural and urban populations during disaster. Community awareness program has to be conducted frequently, and ethical preparedness prioritize vulnerable population. Then response. So once the disaster strike, response has to be done immediately. Okay. So response time if delayed means then lot of loss of life will be there. If you are well prepared for the disaster, then your response will be immediate. Rapid deployment of rescue teams, provision of medical aid, food, shelter, and water. Then search and rescue operation, then coordination between military, civil defense, and ensure. Then there should be a good system for treating casualties. The main problem that occur during the disaster is resource allocation. The resource allocation during disaster should be need based and psychological first aid for survivors. Ethical decision making during prioritization of aid. Okay, that repeatedly what they mean is there shouldn't be any indiscrimination. Recovery, rehabilitation of affected populations. So during disaster, a vast destruction that happens to the resources. So we need to reconstruct the resources as fast as we can so that the people will try to overcome from these challenges. Livelihood restoration programs, social support and counseling services, long-term resilience planning, monitoring and evaluation of recovery programs, sustainable practices like eco-friendly reconstruction, then community participation in building efforts, then ethical recovery ensures equitable access to aid. The global frameworks for disaster mitigation is there are four prioritized areas: risk understanding, risk governance, investment, and disaster preparedness. So these four are very, very important. And in case of big disaster like earthquake magnitude greater than 7, then we need support from international cooperations. So, so that lot of lives can be saved. Then knowledge sharing improves capacity building. Okay, people who are all affected previously by this disaster have a lot of experience. Those experience we need to take, and that experience will help to solve lot of problems. The monitoring and evaluation systems track progress, ethical frameworks embedded in global guidelines, public awareness campaigns supported internationally, technology transfer enhances global disaster management. Then we will see national framework, India, how it was arranged. Disaster Management Act passed on the year 2005 and establishes National Disaster Management Authority. And state wise, we should have district level disaster management authorities. Then risk mapping and vulnerability assessment helps. The early warning and emergency response system is very, very required. Public private partnership for resource mobilization is essential. Legal framework ensures accountability and transparency. Ethical oversight ensures fair distribution of aid. So again, we will come into the picture once again. Community-based management, as local people are the first respondent. So as soon as the disaster strike, they will come into the picture. So for that, preparedness is very, very important. Now these kind of things will happen normally in a particular area, and there if any volunteers want to help, they need to take the mandatory pre-course so that they are well informed about this thing. Strengthening and social cohesion and resilience, peer support and mental health recovery, community monitoring of hazards and risk reduction, ethical involvement ensures inclusive participation. And how for technology and ethics in frameworks, GAS, drones, artificial intelligence for monitoring hazards and damage assessment. And mobile apps are essential in the hotspot where early warning can be disseminated as soon as the disaster strike. Then social media, data analytics for prioritization of aid, surveillance tool, privacy and ethical use of data, ethical technology integration enhances trust. So these are all the very important role that technology plays in maintaining the framework during disaster management. Then what are all the challenges faced during disaster? Of course, rightly said. Accessibility. First, the area will be cut off from the mainstream. How it would be? Blocked roads, collapsed bridge, destroyed transport networks. Once transportation is affected, then the area is getting isolated. So it is mainly by means of water and destruction of building by earthquake and so on, and which causes disruption of supply chains for food, water, and medical supplies. So limited access to remote and rural area. So inadequate storage facilities for then delays due to damaged infrastructure, ethical dilemma, prioritizing the delivery to certain areas. Coordination challenges in disaster, many departments they coordinate and they work together to minimize it. So multiple agencies with overlapping responsibilities. So it resulted in confusion. Sometimes the plan will not goes as per the perfect shape. So this causes a lot of in that area, lot of government sectors has to be come and play. So it causes confusion. So we need to set up war room in there. Okay, where decision has all the department has to sit, decision has to be taken there so that the coordinated effort will be done and the mitigation should be in the holistic way. So coordination issues between central, state and local authorities. Poor information flow slows response operations. Say for example, during Gaja cyclone, okay, initially people here in this region needed water and cloths. However, since later they don't want this resource as plenty of the things are available, but this information didn't pass down to nearby areas. As a result, a lot of water bottles have been dumped in this area, as well as the textile, that is the cloths, have been supplied and it left as it is. So it requires coordination, that requires setting up a war room, effective coordination, and it has to be smooth. So it resulted in lot of administrative challenges, bureaucratic delays in decision making. People will fear to take decision in such circumstances, which may result in delay because they will say they will take this matter to the higher official. Like that, it will getting delayed and delayed. Then socio-cultural challenges is also we have gone in the previous slide. Psychological challenges, which is the main thing. Okay, so even after that tsunami has gone, many of the village who are exposed to tsunami still in psychologically affected. So it takes lot of time. It requires peer people counseling and support from the local community as well as the government to overcome this economic challenges. Next thing is, so livelihood of the people will be gone in a matter of seconds if a disaster strike. So in such cases, it resulted in unemployment. If unemployment happens, then it resulted in other effects. So disruption of local businesses and markets, increased reconstruction cost, and economic instability leads to poverty and inequality. So a system unequal will not self-sufficient, which in due course of time agitation will start. Delays in financial aid distribution cause lot of hardship to the people. So economic challenges plays a major role. That is after the disaster strike, and for that we need help from several people. And environmental challenges, disaster, it will cause loss of lives, economic as well as environmental damages. So environmental damages are like boomerang. If you throw anything, if you do anything against the environment, it will come back like a boomerang. Boomerang, if you throw, no, it will go and it will slowly come back to us. So environmental degradation due to disaster aftermath, mainly water and soil pollution, and if landslide have happens, deforestation and habit loss increase vulnerability. So can we give a break, madam? Okay, we'll continue. So environmental monitoring and impact assessment is required. Need for eco-friendly reconstruction method. So water pollution means treatment unit has to be set up and water has to be treated. Then only it will be sent to the community for drinking. Otherwise, waterborne pathogen normally they take over during disaster. Okay, there will be lot of outbreak like cholera, typhoid, and other thing. That is because of contamination of fecal matter with the water. Likewise, natural resource depletion and other environmental effect like soil pollution may also happen. And weak early warning system in remote areas, that is a challenge. Communication networks break down during this disaster, so the inner area become isolated and cannot be accessible.
இது விட்டா மொத்தமே 100 ரூபாய்க்குள்ள தான் வரும் இந்த பிரியாணி பிடிக்கும். ஆனா அதுக்கு 220 ரூபாய். அந்த ஆளு இஷ்டத்துக்கு
Hello. Oh, there is some interference is happening.
தனியாக தான் போட முடியாது. 25 ரூபா 50 ரூபா தான் போட முடியும் போட்டு.
Sir, you can continue, sir. No problem, sir. I muted.
There is some interference.
Okay, sir. I muted him, sir. I muted, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And volunteer and resource management has to be done. Like untrained volunteers may create operational issues. This also frequently happens during disaster. So everybody want to help. However, if you are not prepared, then it itself become mess. So for that, people should be trained in the school level like NSS, NCC. They should prepare them volunteers. And over reliance of the external volunteers also leads to flip flop kind of situation. Lack of coordination with local authorities and volunteer burnout and fatigue, ethical concern in prioritizing volunteer deployment, risk of duplication or omission of critical aid delivery, training programs essential for effective volunteer management. Community engagement improves efficiency and trust. Then political and conflict challenges. Political interference can distort priorities. Conflicts or disputes in disaster affected area, which is very common. When people didn't get their basic needs, then conflict or dispute arise. So that has to be taken in a right direction, and The decision makers should prioritize the things to cool down the heat in that area. Access restriction in conflict zones, allocation of resources influenced by political consideration. This has to be dealt very serious. Favoritism should not be there. Ethical responsibility has to be there. The need for transparent decision making is very, very important. Then media and public order challenges. So you know very well about this thing. Nowadays, even a slight rain, okay, this news reporter to make the news sensation, they will create panic among the population. Okay, so sensation reporting create panic and misinformation. Managing crowds and public safety during evacuations. Ethical reporting ensure accurate information. Social media can spread rumors rapidly. Public panic may hinder relief operations and many other things follows. Okay, if social medias, if rumors are spread, people are agitated, then everything won't go as per the plan. Okay, now the time is 3:27. We'll give a break of 5 minutes. Then we will continue at the second lecture around 3:35. 5 minutes break. So now we will continue with. So am I audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay.
You're audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So now we will see equity and fair aid distribution. It's very, very important that during disaster time, relief will flow like anything. People, due to sympathy, they will whatever when there is a human origin of them is affected, they will provide whatever they. Okay, so it will be getting flooded with AIDS. So they also carefully look how it is distributed, and based on that further material as on the way. Impartial allocation of food, water, medical aid and shelter should not be done, and moreover aid, when you distribute, no discrimination has been done based on gender, ethnicity, or social class, like in our caste, and prioritize the assistance, like children's has to be reached out, followed by elderly, disabled, marginalized. Monitor aid delivery to prevent corruption or favoritism. Use technology to track distribution and reach. Community involvement ensure fair participation. So, if we have a strong peer in that community, they will monitor those things. And if there is a lacuna in that field, they will clearly monitor and give the input so that we can strengthen those things. Prioritize treatment based on severity and survival probability, and because of resources are limited during crisis time, this ethical related concern will arise. Guideline is required for medical decision making. Rapid assessment critical for saving lives. Balance between urgency and fairness is essential. Psychological support for patient and families, and documentation is very, very important. Regular review and updates of triage protocol. So here autonomous bodies as well as public can take in account. Then transparency and accountability has to be done. We need to maintain cultural sensitivity and dignity, like ethical protocol for rituals has to be done properly. Okay, these are all cultural sensitivity. Say for example, every people, their last ritual has to be done according to their ethnicity. Privacy and data protection is very, very important. That is, protect personal and health information of the survivors. Avoid misuse of data collected during relief operation. Ethical use of surveillance and monitoring technologies. Transparency without compromising privacy. So, in case data has to be recorded means ethical clearance has to be obtained from the affected people. Then balance public safety with individual right. And long-term justice and community participation is very, very important because these disasters are affecting people for a longer period of time. Okay, if a disaster happens, means the scar takes some time to go off from the community. It may take several decades. So, long-term justice and community participation is essential. So, we'll see few case studies. One is Indian Ocean tsunami, which happened in the year 2004, I think. 2004 December. It happens. Massive coastal destruction across multiple countries: Indonesia, Thailand, then Sri Lanka. In India, of course, our state is getting affected. Massive coastal destruction across multiple countries, which resulted in rapid international relief responses. So there is a lot of challenges in relocation and resettlement of affected population there. Coordination among NGOs, government, and UN agencies is not that much correctly done in other countries too. The importance of early warning system failed during that time, which resulted in lot of loss to the life. So nearly about 1.5 lakh population is perished due to that. So main lesson learned by this disaster is preparedness. So people are not well prepared for this kind of disaster. Coordination didn't happen properly, and ethics are not also followed properly. So after this thing, now many things is improved in our government system. As disaster, every district is having a disaster mitigation team to handle any such adverse effect. Likewise, Bhopal tragedy, it is due to the gas methyl isocyanate, which is comes out from a fertilizer manufacturing company, sorry, pesticide manufacturing company, and the name of the company is Carbamate. It is a US based company. So they are producing carbamate type of pesticide which is highly toxic. On that particular day, the tank leak occurred and methoisocyanate spread among the community and many people failed. One of the major issue of this incident is ethical failure. So the company person immediately escape. Okay, it's a company from multinational. So the person who owned the company, he didn't pay the compensatory money. So ethical failure happened. Long-term environmental hazards consequences resulted. Community activism highlighted social justice. Government and corporate roles under scrutiny, and importance of preventive regulations and monitoring. Psychological, we already see a few part of it, so we can skip this. And community support is very, very important. Community along with the NGOs can help to overcome this problem. and vulnerable groups, women face, and children's, elderly people, marginalized and low income population face inequitable aid access. Migrants and displaced population face social and legal challenges. Targeted program enhance resilience and coping mechanisms. And immediate support to reduce acute distress is very, very essential. It will provide safety, comfort, and basic need. The active listening and empathetic communication is essential. And referral to personal mental health service if needed, and support children and elderly with specialized approaches, and has to be prioritized. So mental health has also to be taken in these cases, because during these kind of disaster, lot of stress will come. And community based approaches is very, very essential. And trauma and informed care should be essential, and it has to be set up for a longer period of time. So finally, the policy recommendations: develop early warning and monitoring system, conduct regular disaster drills and simulations, train responders in technical and ethical skills, community awareness campaigns to increase readiness, stockpile essential supplies and resources, coordinate among government, NGOs, and private sectors, update disaster plans based on lessons learned. Use technology for rapid communication and coordinations, and ethical consideration ensure preparedness for all population groups. So, with that, the first lecture is over, and we are going to see the second lecture, which is predict, prevent, and mitigate the environmental related challenges. In the second part of lecture, we are going to see how to predict, how to prevent, and how to mitigate the environmental related challenges. There are many disasters, earthquakes, and volcanoes. Climate change resulted in floodings. First, we will see prediction part. Prediction is a proactive approach to identify environmental risks they occur. So, if a disaster is predicted accurately, then it will reduce economic, social, and ecological losses. So, the accuracy of a prediction depends on data collection, modeling, and forecasting techniques. So nowadays, lot of software has been there. So even though these softwares and supercomputing facilities are available, still 100% accuracy cannot be achieved using this technique, especially in the case of air monitoring station. Like predicting precipitation is very, very difficult. So that much is complicated is our environmental system. So it involves monitoring air, water, soil, and biodiversity for early signs of stress. Supports informed policy making and planning, aims to build resilience in communities and ecosystem, forms the foundation for preservation and mitigation strategies. The role of environmental monitoring. Continuous environmental monitoring is key to predictions. Use of sensor IoT device is essential. So by monitoring it, we can predict, record air quality, precipitation level, soil parameter. Monitoring chemical, physical and biological indicator in ecosystem. And in case of other minor related but prolonged effect disasters like water pollution, various biosensors has been devised, has to be installed in rivers, lakes and oceans. And observation of species behavior and migration pattern as ecological indicator, tracking temperature, precipitation and humidity variation, monitoring deforestation and land use changes via satellite imagery. So these are all coming up things, and as far as India is concerned, we are having good environmental monitoring stations. Even though that the cloud burst and other thing is very difficult to predict, and it claims the life. So here, most versatile technology is remote sensing based technologies, where satellite provide large scale environmental data, detection of forest fire, deforestation and urban sprawl. As far as India is concerned, nowadays deforestation is greatly reduced, and it has been come down. And monitoring ice melts, sea level rise and coastal erosion. So one of the major effect of global warming is sea level rise, you all know. Okay, for that we can use satellite imagery to monitor ice melts, so that it can be informed to local people as soon as something drastically happen. And real-time observation of atmospheric pollution and greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane. Okay, they are the culprit, which are the which are the important pollutant that can capture the heat in the atmosphere, resulting in increase in temperature. And identification of land degradation, soil erosion zones, and detection of algal blooms in water bodies. So even though it is there, ground truthing is essential. So ground truthing is very, very essential. So it will identify whether the occurred thing is real or not. So without ground truthing, the satellite imaginary cannot be trusted. Data collection and integration. Next one is data collection, which is very, very important. So the primary The secondary data has to be collected from the sources, and that should be reliable sources. Integration of meteorological, hydrological, and ecological data. Use of geographical GIS to visualize data spatially, and historical data sets are crucial for trend analysis. So there are certain natural disaster that happens in a pattern. So that pattern can be cracked if we have documented perfectly that historical events of the particular disaster, like flooding. We can also, if the data also, what we can say, picturize the effect, then we can also minimize the loss of lives as well as loss to the economy. We can minimize. Data integration aids in identifying potential environmental hotspots. Then model stimulate environmental process and predict future changes. A good model should accurately reflect or predict the changes that occur due to a disaster. Especially climate models forecast temperature, precipitation, and extreme weather events. So mostly they can precipitate, nearly 95% accuracy we can get. However, still there are some unpredictable events are there, that is called nature. It's always unpredictable. But the software we are having is capable of predicting nearly, okay, 90 to 95%. Okay, that itself a big boon to human beings, and people are still working on how to improve the predictions. And air quality models simulate pollution dispersion in urban areas, soil erosion, land degradation model support sustainable land management, and ecosystem model predict species population dynamics under stress. And there are scenario based modeling helps policymakers assess impact of interventions. So see here in this figure it clearly says early warning system. So tsunami will be happen in underwater earthquake. So underwater sensor node is there. As soon as any major earthquake that happens, the it will be notified, okay, and it will amplify it and send into the communication tower. From that it will be uploaded to satellite radio links, and it will be transmitted to the inland system, where it will be given alert to the community people living in that area. So early warning system, if it properly function, then major loss of life can be reduced. Especially, so after the major tsunami, now also not like the earlier tsunami, many tsunamis are there. since they are picked up by this underwater sensor, and the depth is being reduced drastically. Use of meteorological, hydrological satellite data to issue alerts. In India, our data are highly reliable. So, during heavy raining, thunderstorm, our government efficiently doing these things. As a result, loss of life is very minimized. When you compare some 50 to 60 years back, at that time we don't have that much facility, so lot of loss of life happened. Okay, nowadays nearly most of the life was saved by these kind of systems. However, economic loss, that is not, that too we can minimize, but it is not 100% prevent. And the early warning system combines rainfall data and river levels. Forest fire detection system alert authorities for quick action. So even though the well-developed countries like US is having this system, but the recent forest fire that happens there in the California area is very difficult to control. So a lot of life lost, as well as heavy damage to property happened. Mainly, even though they sense there is a fire, but nature you cannot always control. But with that help, they saved lot of lives. However, during that period, the wind was very heavy, and to set off the fire was very challenging. Then climate change prediction. Climate change and all, it's a sequence of event. Okay, it's happened slowly, steadily, which resulted in changes in temperature and rainfall pattern. It identifies region at risk of extreme weather event like heat waves and storms. It helps plan adaptation strategies for agriculture, water resources, infrastructure. And one of the main effect of climate change is rise in sea level. So it predict rise in sea level and what are all the area which are vulnerable for inundation. So in India, Tamil Nadu, this Chennai area and are vulnerable for climate change. Now there are a lot of software has been come, and they are predicting if 1 centimeter rise means how much area is getting inundated, or few millimeter, what is its effect like that. Guide international climate agreement and policies, supports community level climate resilience planning. Pollution trend analysis, we are having very excellent, India, we are having very excellent system. Our state and central pollution control board install IoT based devices in many areas for monitoring air and water. Detect high risk industrial zone and pollution hotspot. And if you go to metropolitan cities like Chennai, in some area they are displaying what is the particulate level in the atmosphere. Air quality data predicts smog, acid rain, and respiratory hazards. Okay, especially this is a major problem in our capital city Delhi, where during winter period, Haryana, which is agriculture rich state, after harvesting they burn their field, so which will release a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere. And during winter, there is very less amount of mixing of air in the lower atmosphere. As a result, whatever the material burned, they will be remain in the atmosphere for a long period of time and causes a heavy air pollutant. Okay, these are all nowadays easily sensed by the devices and can be available. By doing so, the Delhi government is trying to minimize the air pollution by reducing the number of vehicles on the time during the time when there is a peak air pollution happens. Then trend analysis enables proactive environmental management. Then ecosystem and biodiversity monitoring. And if a biodiversity is lost, then the entire ecosystem will be in collapse. So it is essential to monitor biodiversity as it will tells how a system is prone to stress. Declining species population indicate the ecosystem is under degradation. And migration pattern reveals climate change impact, especially the bats which migrate for a longer period of distance. Indicator species reflect population levels and habitat quality. And due to the growth in population size, the habitat for the animals living in the forest getting fragmented, which results in the vulnerability of this organism to the external factor. Early detection of invasive species help prevent ecosystem imbalance. Okay, see for example, it is not invasive until so dark is nowadays major problem. Okay, once now wherever you go, number of dogs are being increased. Now once it was said to be the friend of people, now it causes lot of menace to the marginalized sector of a people. Okay, likewise, you might have also heard about a fish, jalebi fish, which is a invasive one, and it can replace the native fishes in our system. And this jalebi fish is a hardy fish, and it is also tasteless fish. So everything we need to monitor properly. Biodiversity data is essential for conservation planning. Then disaster risk assessment, prediction support, assessment of natural disasters, flood, drought, and storm. Combined hazard, vulnerability, and exposure data for risk mapping. So other thing which are well known in this slide. Now comes the artificial intelligence. Now we are in the era of artificial intelligence. It can helpful in many ways. Okay, it can process the huge volume of environmental data set and can identify and can, if it is used effectively, and it can decode the cause, primary cause of that disaster. Nowadays, machine learning models to forecast weather and pollutions are evolving. AI can predict deforestation rate, land degradation, urban expansion. AI improve accuracy of early warning system, supports real-time decision making for emergency responses. It can integrate satellite data, sensor, social media data for predictions. They work out and they can process the huge set of data efficiently, and in due course of time we can expect higher accuracy of prediction using this AI. Enhances efficiency of predictive environmental management. So it is unavoidable, that is AI, role of AI in disaster, which is keep on evolving, and due course of time it plays a major role. Then scenario based forecasting. Scenario analysis explores what if environmental conditions, models effect of urbanization, deforestation, and industrial growth. So it can predict consequence of climate change on agriculture and water resources. Helps evaluate potential outcome of policy intervention. Supports strategic planning for sustainable development. Encourages proactive rather than reactive management. Scenario based forecasting informs long term environmental policies. Then community based predictions. So community means it's a group of population, so they have a prior experience, so based on their experience they can predict better things. There is a local knowledge in a area, contribute to predicting environmental challenges. Community observe rainfall, flooding, and soil change over a time. So in our villages, our forefathers they can by their experience like windy and assessing the intensity of sunlight, they can clearly tell today it may rainfall. Okay, they also can predict. That is due to their local knowledge. Participatory monitoring enhances early warning effectiveness. Local data supplements scientific monitoring for better accuracy. So local knowledge has to be also given a certain weightages. Community engagement promotes awareness and preparedness. Indigenous practices offer insight into sustainable environmental managements. Strengthen resilience by combining science and traditional knowledge. Policies and institutional role. Government established environmental monitoring and forecasting agencies. Policies mandate, it demands data collection, pollution reporting, and risk assessment. And institutional framework coordinate between research, public and private sectors. International collaborations improve predictive capabilities. Regulatory mechanism enforce reporting of environmental risk. Policy encourage development of technological prediction tools. Institutional support ensures long-term sustainability of prediction systems. Now we are going to see prevent the environmental challenges. So preventive is proactive method like a vaccine. Before the disaster strike, if we have the preparedness effectively, then the damage will be less. It minimizes economic losses and avoids long time environmental problems. It involves combination of policies, technology and community engagement for effectiveness. Require accurate data and predictive modeling to identify potential environmental threat. Preventive strategies enhance resilience of communities and ecosystem against emerging hazards. And sustainable resource management. Sustainable resource management, proper management of natural resource prevents over exploitation and ensures long-term accountability. So people are very greedy. So a land, if you consider, it has its own threshold level. So it cannot support more than that of. Okay, so exploitation should be checked at certain level. Otherwise, these kind of problems will come in future. Implementation of circular economy principle reduces waste generation and promotes recycling. Pollution control measures. Strict regulation of industrial emissions prevents air pollution and associated health hazards. So, Tamil Nadu pollution has plays a major role in that. If an industry is emitting a pollutant means they need to have everyday data on how much quantity of air pollutant emitted through their stocks. Nowadays, online measurings are there that pollution control board directly places a sensor and from their lab they can monitor it. So by based on that sensor, we can know that what is the concentration of the pollutant and accordingly we can devise the mechanisms. Then another one is proper management of solid waste. If a solid is not managed properly, it will generate leachate. Leachate contains both organic and inorganic. Inorganic means it contains heavy metal, and if it is not lined with, that's a landfill, if it is not lined with geomembrane, then there is a high chance that water can seepage into and reaches the groundwater table. You know very well that groundwater is not static. It is constantly in motion. So if a area is polluted and if groundwater is polluted, then it is very difficult to reclaim it, as The pollutant once enter, it may go to several kilometers downstreams. Okay, along the path of groundwater flow. Then limiting the use of harmful pesticides and chemicals, prevent soil and water degradation. Continuous monitoring ensures adherence to pollution control standard and regulatory compliance. Then ecosystem protections. Conservation of wetland, forest, grassland, prevent loss of biodiversity and ecological services. So establishing protected area, nowadays India is doing tremendous effort, and we have improved our lion population, and it is multiplying very happily. The number is higher in number, and for that it is very essential. The fragmentation of natural habitat has to be monitored and has to be checked. Invasive species introduction should not be there and has to be checked. Restoration of degraded land prevents desertification and ecosystem collapse. Legal framework enforce conservation of resources and prevent illegal exploitation of ecosystem. Climate change preservation. Reducing greenhouse gas emission prevents, of course, when you reduce the emission of carbon dioxide, methane, you can reduce global warming and the climate extremes. How can it be done? There are a lot of ways we can do it. One such technique is carbon sequestration using plants. You know that plants are autotrophs. They can synthesize their own food material. Okay, in this case, CO2 will be act as a terminal and it will be constantly locked inside the plant biomass. Encouraging sustainable transport prevents increased air pollution and fossil fuel consumption. Promoting awareness prevents unsustainable lifestyle choices that worsen climate change. International climate agreement prevents like Kyoto Protocol. Okay, Kyoto Protocol happened in Japan where it curbed the emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So as a result, the emission will be controlled globally. Then the heat absorbing capacity of the atmosphere will become less. So the earth try to come into its original shape. Likewise, urban planning and infrastructure has to be done properly. And community awareness and educations. Educating community prevents environmentally harmful behavior and encourages sustainable practices like usage of single-use plastics. So after giving proper awareness by central as well as state government, like state government is having the Manjal yellow back movement, and because of that, according to their statistics, the use of single-use plastic bags has been reduced. The awareness campaigns prevent littering and promote proper waste disposal habits. Environmental education in school prevents ignore about conservation and sustainability. Promoting citizen science prevents gaps in monitoring environmental changes. Community workshops prevent misuse of resources like water, fuel, and land. Okay, this is the main reason for many conflicts. Say in a water scarce region, if a farmer want to cultivate water intensive crops for throughout the year, what it will result? It will result in depletion of groundwater. Ultimately, after certain years, it will end up in drought because the area is semi-arid region. Okay, so water is scarce there itself. If you become over ambitious and if you use your resources unintentionally or unwisely, this may be resulted. So policy and legislation also play. Then agricultural practices, as I said, crop rotation and organic prevent farming prevent soil depletion and improve long-term fertility. So crop rotation is rotating a crop with nitrogen fixing crop so that the soil will be naturally getting enriched by nutrients. So likewise, go for integrated pest management so that the reliability on chemical pesticides will be minimized. Then precision irrigation prevents. So you said is very good in agricultural innovations. They are in the water scarce region. They use whatever the water they got wisely. Water will be directly supplied to the roots so that the thing will be getting not getting wasted. Then other best practices in agriculture like cover cropping, mulching, prevent evaporative losses as well as maintain nutrient balance, and agroforestry practices prevent deforestation and enhance biodiversity in farmland areas. Minimizing synthetic fertilizers usage prevent water pollution through nutrient runoff. Then sustainable livestock management prevents overgrazing, land degradation in pasture areas. Why it is important in India is ranked number one in cattle populations, and those who are rearing the cattle, they won't bother about them. They simply, especially those who are living near to that forest area, they send their cattle inside the forest where it will graze the material, plant material in mass. So the plant is having their own threshold limit. If overgrazing is occurred means cannot able to regenerate back. As a result, the ecosystem will be getting lost. This kind of environmental degradation is very common in India. Why? Because we are the largest cattle rearers. However, we don't even bother to provide food for these cattle. So it has to be given prior importance. Then industrial and technological measures. cleaner productions. It will minimize excessive resource consumption and environmental contamination. That we call it a zero waste discharge. So whatever the input material, everything can be reused for isolating value-added components without doing damages to the environment. Adaptation of renewable energy in industries prevent greenhouse gas emissions. Like in automobile industry, EV. Okay, so EV can reduce greenhouse gases. Likewise, biohydrogen. Hydrogen is said to be the cleanest gases in the world, and that can be used. Then other renewable gases like bioethanol, biomethane can also be produced. Then efficient wastewater treatment prevents contamination of surface and groundwater resources. Hazardous waste segregation and treatment prevents soil and water pollutions. And green chemistry principles prevent creation of toxic byproduct during manufacturing. Water resource management, which is a very important part, because water is said to be nowadays a valuable resources. So lot of conflicts are going on. Recently, after Pahalgam attack, Indian government nowadays is planning to stop the water that is going into Pakistan. So crisis will start. Why? Because it is a important resources. It was done by government to so that the other thing can be stopped. In that way, it is going on. So water is a precious resources. Why I want to say is, so it has to be managed properly. So in case of India, water is mainly used for irrigations. India is an agricultural field. So open irrigation normally leads to loss of water. So proper irrigation method has to be selected. Then wetland conservation prevents contamination and maintenance natural purification process. Treatment of industrial effluent prevents pollution of rivers, lakes and oceans. So in case of Chennai, as Chennai nowadays having water scarcity, what industry is doing there is, industry is purchasing the wastewater from the municipality. Actually, wastewater treated, as municipality is having their own treatment plant where the wastewater is getting treated, and the companies are buying the treated wastewater in a cheaper price. Okay, say for example, a 1 meter cube of drinking water or water for industrial purpose, if it is 100 rupees, the treated wastewater is only, they will get it for 1 rupee. So what they will do, they will take the treated water with the help of secondary and tertiary treatment technique. They polish it and they make it better than the drinkable water, and they use it in such a way that they are saving lot of money. Okay, so nowadays waste itself become a resources. Reducing plastic use prevents blockage of drainage and water pollution. Then watershed management prevents soil erosion and maintains ecological balances. Policies promoting water recycling prevents excessive extraction from freshwater sources. Nowadays, if a project comes in an area which is worth more than a particular crore of money, an EAA has to be done. So in the EAA, you should carefully plan your water usage. So government has set up a limit for water extraction from an area. In such cases, it can be properly done. Then volunteer the resource management. Untrained volunteers again create problem. Okay, sorry. This is a previous one. Now we will move to air quality management. Controlling industrial emission prevents formation of smoke, respiratory health hazards. There are many devices are there like back, electrostatic precipitator, cyclone separator, which can be installed on fume area. Okay. Classical one is scrubbing, that is on the vent. If you spray the water is having affinity over particulate, and the particulate will settle and it will be harvested at the bottom, whereas the clean area will go on the top. Likewise, back filter technique, where the air is sent from inside to outside of the back. As a result, the particulate will be get stuck there and the treated water goes out. Likewise, electrostatic precipitated, it works on the principle of charge neutralization. Say for example, if a air is minus charge, then positive charge is applied in electrostatic precipitator, so that it is pollutant is getting charge neutralized and getting settled. An awareness program also has to be conducted. Like going and all, we are burning lot of waste. That has to be by means of awareness program only. This can be reduced. Then forest and wildlife protections. Preventing illegal logging maintains forest cover and biodiversity balance. Anti-poaching has to be set up. In India, we are having a strong laws for it, and our Indian government is doing a very good measure of that. Because of that, our national animal, that is and king of the forest, lion population, the Gir is the next sanctuary for them. It is overflowing because of the conservational effect done by our government of India. Then monitoring forest health prevents pest outbreaks and disease spread in trees. Community forestry program prevents unsustainable exploitation and promote local stewardship. Then the renewable energy promotion. Okay. So renewable energy, so climate change is the most important parameter for most of the disaster which are happening nowadays. So why we need fossil fuel? In India, electricity is mainly produced from burning of coal. Okay, so coal is said to be a non-renewable energy resources. When you burn a coal, pollutant like CO2, sulfur are emitted. They are very hazardous to air. So people are looking for the alternatives. Among these, alternatives like solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass based prevent reliance on fossil fuel. So among that, hydrogen is an important green fuel. They are called green fuel. When you burn a hydrogen, no CO2 will be released. So it is called a green biofuel. So our government of India giving lot of subsidies for, as well as it providing lot of money to do R&D in the area of hydrogen. Okay. So it is coming up field, and if you can see that the industry which relies on fossil fuel is reducing the output now, and other technologies like solar and all picking up. So once it is thought it is not achievable because of the cost associated with solar panel. Nowadays, low cost solar panel has been there, and solar power is picking up. Likewise, wind energy also picking up. So if we channelize everything properly, the disaster related to climate change can be narrowed down. So finally, about the introduction, mitigation. So mitigation means once after the effect happens, how to mitigate it. It involves corrective action, technological solution, and adaptive management to limit the environmental damage. That is, after the incidents occur, the area should be equipped with specialized instrument capable of remediating the conditions. So, effective mitigation strategies complement prediction and prevention by addressing residual risk that remains. Mitigation includes both short-term emergency responses and long-term ecosystem restoration measures. Successful mitigation requires coordinated efforts from governments, industries, communities, and scientific institutions. Integration of mitigation strategies into planning helps reduce economic cost and environmental degradation over time. First, we will see how to reduce pollutions. Equip the industrial treatment plant that is capable of treating air, water, and soil. Then urban green buffers. So it can act as a carbon sequestering agent. Okay, it will take out the CO2 and store it inside the biomass as a starch. Ecosystem restoration, like coral bleaching, sustainable has to be done to restore it. Removing invasive species, rehabilitating mines, long-term monitoring ensures mitigation measures to continue restore ecological functions effectively. Then climate change mitigations, reducing greenhouse gas emission through renewable energy mitigates global warming, and it reduces its impact very much. So nowadays, carbon capture technologies are coming up. They can capable of capturing and sequestering it into their biomass. In that, microalgae plays a major role. Then enhancing carbon sinks through forest conservation by mitigating atmospheric CO2 and accumulate it inside their biomass. Implementing sustainable transport strategies mitigates emissions from growing urban mobility demands. So you know very well that methane is one of the greenhouse gas. It has the greater capacity to absorb the heat. Then disaster preparedness and response. This also we saw in the previous water quality mitigations. So apart from regular conventional treatment for removing carbonaceous compound in water, in wastewater, like activated sludge plant, nowadays more advanced techniques has been come, like membrane bioreactor, and if it is a biological process, enhanced biological nutrient removal reactors has been coming up. And further, these are all the very simplest type of reactor. Then more advanced like membrane separation and oxidation processes. So the aim is to recover the water from the wastewater. Likewise, air quality mitigations, land degradation mitigations, waste management mitigations. Now, the major problem nowadays that India is facing is management of solid waste. Among that, e-waste is very, very toxic. You know, e-waste contains some value-added compounds. Because of that, people know the rag pickers, they collect this and they will give it to the small dealers where they melt it and they try to extract the value-added components. Where during melting, lot of hazardous air pollutants are being generated, and people are nowadays lot of new laws are coming up to curb these things. Then technological innovations, like once we believe that removal of carbonaceous compound is very important, nowadays it is keep on evolving, like removal of nitrogen and phosphorus from wastewater has to be done. Likewise, GIS plays a major role by monitoring drones, and the GIS tool can effectively picture out what are all the area where pollution occurs, especially in ocean, which is the biggest ecosystem where it is highly polluted by the plastics, and the location of the plastics are like a small island. Some areas can be located and can be harvested. Okay, likewise, algal blooming can be tackled with the help of GIS, and technologies are keep on evolving. And community we need to include in the mitigation process. Then agricultural, especially fertilizers. So wherever you see nowadays, all the lakes are green in color, mainly because of excessive use of fertilizers, which makes the lake green in color. Then long-term adaptive management is required. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Predicting, preventing, mitigating environmental challenges together form a holistic framework for sustainable development and ecological resilience. Prediction enables early identification of risk, allowing society to act before environmental damage becomes irreversible and widespread. Prevention strategies reduce the occurrence of environmental problem by promoting sustainable practices, strong policies, and responsible resource management. Mitigation provides essential solution to minimize existing damages and adapt to unavoidable environmental changes through restoration and innovations. Integrating technology, sufficient knowledge, community participation, and policy instrument enhances the effectiveness of all three approaches. A coordinated effort among government, industries, researchers, and communities ensures long-term environmental stability and socio-economic society. So with that, I will finish my presentation. If any questions is there, you can ask.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello,
Madam.
can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, in mitigation of water pollution, that to fertilizer, there are methods.
Madam,
Uh,
I'm not able
is
to
there
hear you.
any, yes, sir, is there any method to mitigate pesticides pollution, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. For that, bioremediation will helps. So, if especially in case of chlorinated pesticides,
Yes, sir.
they will be persistent in the environment for a longer period of time.
Okay.
So, what is the thing is, we need to use microorganism for that. So, it has been practiced widely to mitigate the pesticides problem. The,
Okay.
the technical term is called bioremediation.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
So not like disturbance, we have to use microorganisms.
Microorganism will be more efficient. More
Efficient.
efficient.
Okay.
Otherwise, soil washing, then we can do, as you said, absorption also can be done.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable sharing, sir.
Sir, sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Ramesh sir, good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, thank you for your wonderful session for this occasion, sir. Uh, um, any queries, please, audience?
Ramesh
Thank
sir,
you.
few of them asked.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Hmm.
Sir, thank you for your useful, sharing your knowledge for this session, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Okay, Ramesh, thank you. I'm leaving.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, very good evening, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
very good
Thirumaran, sir.
evening.
Thirumaran, sir.
Yeah, Thirumaran speaking.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Okay, sir. So now we can start the session, sir. We will have a self-introduction about you, sir. Please wait, sir. I will do.
Sure.
Sir, we can start, sir.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Can we have the introduction about the participants? See myself, Thirumaran. I am architect working in L&T construction past 7 years. I have overall experience of 27 years after completing my architecture. I done my architecture in Adiman College of Engineering in Osur, passed out in 1998. 1993 to 1998 I passed out. I done my MArch in Hindustan University in Chennai. That is general MArch I done. Currently I am working in L&T construction. I am also doing the part-time PhD in urban flooding in Anna City in Chennai campus. So this is just a brief introduction about me. If it is good, the whomsoever the participants can introduce themselves. It's a very brief. Then we can start the session.
Sir, we can start the session, sir. No problem, sir.
No issues. Yeah, fine.
Sir,
Yeah.
we can start, sir. Okay.
Fine. Is it my screen is visible?
Sir, yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah, fine. I will take to the presentation mode. So the main topic today, it's a flood and drought under the climate changes. So the climate changes, we are oftenly hearing from the newspapers, TVs, and other social medias also. So climate change, what it does and what it impacts. What do you mean by climate change and what it affects our day-to-day life? So we are going to discuss little elaborately about the flood and the drought. It's one of the two things. It's related to the climate changes. So these are the some of the pictures. It will relevant to the topic whatever we are going to discuss today. So even though this is forest fire or whatever the cyclone, whatever the drought, whatever the floods, or whatever the glaciers are melting, and so on. So we will move to the first slide of the session. So this is the brief definition about the climate change. So we are talking about climate change, and global warming. The two relevant terms we will be oftenly hearing from the newses as well as the medias. See, before I am also as a common personality, I didn't give any importance to the global warming terms, what they're talking, and the climate changes. Once I start realizing in my day-to-day life where I am living in Chennai, I can understand what impacts it's create in the society. So that is, we have to understand how it affects. See the definition of the climate change. See what it is, a climate change basically. It's a climate is nothing but everybody knows very well. The climate everybody knows. It's a kind of the precipitation and the wind pattern, and there are so many parameters are involved when you are defining the climate change. So the climate change refers to the long term effects on temperature, precipitation, wind patterns, and other aspects of Earth systems. It may be a natural caused by the natural one or the human activities. So the human activities we knows very well, especially the greenhouse emissions. See the greenhouse emissions. We also heard this terminology very oftenly. The greenhouse gas emissions. Why we have to control? That is a debate. It's going worldwide around different conventions. We may hear Copenhagen session, French session, and there are so many conferences. They all talks about the green gas emissions. What it does, the green gas emissions. See that will be damaging the atmosphere like a ozone layer, and it heats up the earth temperature also. We will be elaborately discussing on those matters. See the first thing, the climate system response like the greenhouse gas emissions and land uses, and feedback. It's nothing but it's what we are getting it, the melting of ice, water vapor, and so on. So that is the causing effect, I can say. See the normally shifts in average seasonal patterns. We can realize in our locality there are shift in the regular monsoon days, and what I can say, the summer durations may shorter or may prolonged more, or it may be a summer and little bit what I can say, the precipitation, the minor precipitation is a combination. This all, it's a kind of shift in average seasonal patterns. That's a kind of examples. See the global warming, we are talking about global warming, what it does, global warming. So why it is important? Why we have to care about the global warming first of all? If global warming 1 degree, half degree, or 2 degree, if it increase, what it will happen to me? Is it affects me? So that is the question we have to ask for ourselves. Why it is important? That's why in my introduction itself, I also told I'm not so keen on those terminology unless we are realizing in our society. We all knows the global temperature increases, the glaciers is melting, whatever the Arctic, Antarctica, and then Himalayan ranges, we have lot of snows also. Those melting, it happens. Because of the melting, we will be facing lot of natural disasters that we will be explaining in the uh, next slides and other topics elaborately. The sea level, I explained you, because of the glaciers melting down, the sea levels are rising. So those who are living in the island nations, they knows about this, whatever the technology we are talking about, the sea level rise. The highlands are very much prone to the uh, seawater intrusion, and it will be a very serious issue. See, even in like a Chennai city, the sea level and the city levels, it is not a much higher level when you are comparing to other cities. When you see the Vizag, the sea levels are lower, but the land levels are little higher. So that's why those regions are safe. But when you compare to Chennai, like a city, coastal city, it is not having much elevation in it. So that's why this is very, very important factor. And the other parameters, intensification of the hydrological cycle. So this is more important as an hydrological cycle. It is more important related to human lives and animal lives, and even it's plants and animals and humans, as well as other species in the earth. So the main thing is the heavier rainfall in some places, and more frequent droughts in other places. I can give some of the examples. The heavy floods. Normally, the floods happens in the. This is we will hear from the newses in the northeastern states like Assam, Guwahati, the Brahmaputra overflows. Every year we can hear this news. The other part of Bihar and other places like Rajasthan, some portions, we can hear there won't be any precipitation at all. There will be a drastic drought. So this is the two extreme condition. See, this is what it happens to the climate change. See, the one key effect that we have to understand the hydrological cycle, why it's so important. See, the solar radiation, I explained to you already. It damages the greenhouse gas emissions, the ozone layer. Because of the ozone layer damaging, there will be ultraviolet rays. It will come to the earth and it will affect the humans. Because of that, the humans will get some skin disorders, and more warmer they feel like a normal. So that is the main cause of this greenhouse gas emissions. And the temperature rises, the annual whatever I can say, the highest temperature in the history, it's crossing. So this is also one of the factor in climate change and the global warming also. It's mainly because of the climate change. I can tell you the very best example. The Bangalore doesn't recorded the 40-degree in the history. Nowadays, it is recording in the summer like a April, March to April and the May seasons. It is more than 40. So this is the best example why the temperature is gone up in the Bangalore. See, the main reason, if you go back and research around that, there will be a lot of trees are cutted for laying out the metro and the infrastructures they're developing. And moreover, there are lakes around the Bangalore. All the lakes are converted into it's a apartments or the commercial properties or whatever the human activity. So the naturally the cooling effect is gone, the resilient is gone, automatically the temperatures are gone up. So that is the best example. It's a live example for our Indian cities. Yeah, it you can relate it easily, you can understand it. See, the glaciers. The glaciers, we may hear this is Uttarakhand. There will be a sudden breakage of ice glaciers and made the floods, and there are villages are submerged, and there are many livelihoods are lost their life also. So this is the other example for the because of the climate change, the glaciers melting without any warning. It is a sudden things, it will be happen. See why climate change is important now. That is what I just give some glimpses. See, again, there are certain things we have to understand. Why is climate change has to be taken very seriously and addressed? See, the climate change always you can say there will be a related to so many things. Because of that, reduced crop yields and threatens to the water security and damages the ecosystem and harms the human health. So that is the main background about the climate change. So we have to be very cautious about the climate change, and we have to take the mitigation measures to uh, prevent the climate change impacts. See, this is the studies in nature, climate change, and science. Uh, it explains about global accelerating and directly affecting the societies and economies. Economies. See, the making urgent attention action is essential. See, it's related if the cultivation it is not producing proper food, automatically the economic cycle related to the agriculture, it automatically it goes in the reduction phases. The people those who are belong to the agriculture, they will be not earning that much uh, earnings, and they cannot able to make their life comfortably. So it impacts and each and everything. So that's why the climate change is important. And the moreover the pollution, so we understood the pollution it's causing from the man-made things only. There are certain things it's a natural pollutions also it creates. It's like a volcanoes. If the volcanoes erupts, it will splash the smokes like sulfur, and there are so many hazardous gases that will create the pollution in the atmosphere also. The main causes it's based on the human activities like industrial and other things. I can say the burning the garbage and other things are more important. See, the pollution it's related to the human health again. If we are not controlling the pollution, we cannot have the uh, breathing the oxygen. It's we are not getting the proper oxygen to breathe. See, the best example in New Delhi right now, the people are facing lot of issues because of the pollution. So there are the sandstorms related to them because of the air quality, and then the second main thing is the pollution. The third thing is the around in New Delhi there are agriculture land. They may fire it, and they have to burn the things, and they have to ready for the next cultivation. Those smokes also it's comes to New Delhi. See, this is the main live example for the pollution. So the pollution it affects the quality of the life as well as the it creates the breathing disorders for the society. So this is all the climate change related. Not only this pollution creates the degraded oxygen level content, it also causes the what I can say the global warming potential one of the things. And moreover, the we may knows very well there are hydrofluoro carbons. This is the main causes for the damaging the ozone layer. Now, earlier fridges, all refrigerants are made of hydrofluorocarbons, CFC, the common terminology, and they are totally phasing out because of the spoiling the ozone layer. Not only the domestic refrigerators, as well as the commercial refrigerant also, like air conditioning system, they are using it. So this is so important. So this is we have to understand there are international communities also defining certain things about the climate change. So that we have to understand basically. Then we can understand the effects also. So the Intergovernment Panel IPCC, that is shortly call it as a Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change. It is formed on 1988. Uh, between the United Nations by the United Nations and the World Meteorological Organization (WMO) and United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP. So the jointly they formed the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change on 1988. What is their role mainly? The global research and provides the government with evidence-based reports on climate impacts, basically risk and solutions. It is a kind of voluntary reports. They will be published every 3 to 4 years. It is called as a AR1 to AR6. That is the kind of series. It's a sixth assessment report. Currently, it is published. The main key contributions in the IPCC, there are three working groups. The group one is physical science basis. The working group 2, it's impacts adaptation vulnerability, and working group 3, mitigation strategies. So the WG1 assess extreme events like floods, heavy precipitation, drought, and their changes and projections. So that's why we are relating now to IPCC, Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change. See some of the major findings from them. So that we have to understand what the findings they given to the world community to be alerted and awakening and make the necessary steps to prevent them. See the greenhouse gas emissions, it's contributed to stronger contrast in precipitation in many regions. We can say the wetter wet seasons, drier dry seasons. These are the basic things. Two extremes we can say. Heavy precipitation events. Uh, it's with the intensity over many land areas, and drought. It's a kind of meteorological agriculture, and then hydrological droughts. So these are the main things it talks about the floods and drought by IPCC. So the AR6, it's a 2020 2023. It is published. It's available to the world community. There are various governments. It's taken measures at their nation levels. They form the roadmap for them, not only the government level, even the corporate level also. Even our concern where I am belonging to, L&T also, they have 2035. They have the roadmap of how to reduce the carbon uh, carbon emissions in terms of construction and other things related to our construction related thing. So how we can responsible to the society to reduce the carbon emissions, and how we can use the materials with recyclable and not depleting the uh, sources. So the main sources to be available for the future generation without depletion, I can say. See, this is the flood. See, what is flood? So we have to understand what it is a flood and why it is happening. So this is again related to the based on the climate change. Basically, that's the main causes. I can say. I can I can say that is not the only one causes. Sorry, uh, I hope. 1 second, my slides are shifted. Yeah. So this is related to the climate change also. That is the main thing. It's a flood is a overflow of water into normally a dry land. That is the generic definition, I can say. It occurs when rainfall, or it can be a river flow, or it can be a, what I can say, the dam collapse, or maybe the upstream to the downstream runoff, very fast runoff, I can say. See, the floods vary in onset, duration, and cause. Based on these three parameters, it will be divided into five category basically. See, the flash floods. The flash floods are the floods. It's sudden, intense, caused by a short duration. So that is called the flash floods in terms of heavy rainfall or dam failure. So there won't be any time it is available for us to make the preparedness. It's very, very short time. So that is called, it's a flash floods. And rapid onset floods. So this is a kind of floods. It's developed within hours to days after a rainfall or whatever the river rise. It is a kind of slow onset but less sudden than the flash. Sorry, I think something issues. It's going back to the slides. One second. Some technical issues. Pardon. Yeah. So these are the things. Rapid onset flood. The slow onset floods, it's a kind of floods develop gradually over a days or a weeks, often in large river basins. Coastal floods, we know very well. It's mainly based on the storm surges, cyclones, tsunamis, or sea level rise affecting the low-lying coastal regions. We know the terminology very oftenly, the tsunami. After the tremors or earthquakes, uh, we are facing the tsunami waves alert around the areas where it's a epicenter basically. uh, we also face the tsunami in Chennai and various coastal regions of our country also. So these are the one of the coastal floods category. The surface floods are nothing but it's a fluvial floods. It's mainly based on the intense rainfall. Uh, the main thing is the rainfall amount, it exceeds the urban drainage. It can take or drain out some percentage of precipitation. It's based on the design. So that exceeds the maximum design capacity, and this is nothing but it's a fluvial floods. See, how does flooding happen? See, flood happens in the intense rainfall, mainly the exceeding the infiltration and runoff capacity, basically. Uh, so the main thing is the saturated ground. It doesn't allows to penetrate the water further. So that is the main causes. And the other thing is the reverse exit channel capacity, spillover banks, I can say. Urban areas with impervious surfaces and inadequate drainage. So these are the main causes in the urban areas. See, I can say the impervious surface in the sense in the urban areas, we are making the roads, pavements, and then we are building the buildings that causes very fast runoff when it's rainfalls. See, in the rural areas, we have a lot of open spaces, and it allows the rainwater to percolate to the soil, and it will go to the groundwater recharge also. In the urban areas, we doesn't have the open spaces, and we doesn't have the soil surfaces because it's all the things are paved one or road or the paved one, so there won't be any chances of penetrating the water to the down. So that's the main thing. And upstream catchment runoff, this is what I tried to say in the beginning also. And the sea level rises, see, these are the main causes of the how does the flooding happens, what are the main types how it's a flooding happen. See, the below chart, it gives a better idea. See how the percentage it contributes. See, the flood contributes the heavy rain. It's almost it's a 21%. The monsoon rain is a 61%. The other 18% it goes to the dam breakup, tropical cyclones, and torrential rains. So these are the main distributions for the flooding. So this is the flood-prone regions of India. So basically, in our country, where are the regions it is prone to the flood. So that is basically very naturally we can hear most of the newses from the northeastern states. That is what I quoted in my initial introduction also. It is Assam Brahmaputra Valley annual river floods in the northeastern, and Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh, the Ganga plains mainly, and West Bengal, the Sundarbans, and then Odisha. It's mainly we can see so many newses for the Odisha because of the cyclones. There are more cyclone prone area for Odisha. Because of that, they are receiving the more rains. Because of that, floods are happening. And Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu next to Odisha, there are coastal and cyclone floods basically. We also know affected by there are so many cyclones, so that will be affected the day-to-day life. The Varda Poyal, I can say, the other one recently in 2023 also it's happened, and Andhra Pradesh also hit it's very badly. The Kerala, it's a kind of monsoon and flash floods. It's a kind of monsoon and flash floods only. The Uttarakhand, Himachal, and Sikkim. This is a kind of flash flood based on the glacier lake outburst. So this is the main thing. That is what Uttarakhand also I quoted. The recent news, it's a burst out of the glaciers made the flash floods. So the urban hotspots, the Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. So the intense rain and the poor drainage. See the intense rain. See the drainage capacity of the each city. They will take it into the worst scenario only, but the amount of rain it pours, it exits the multiple folds. It cannot handle that amount of precipitation. So there will be a flood. So this is the main causes of the uh, floods for the urban hotspots. So this is a kind of flood prone regions. So we have to be very cautious, even the government as well as the people who are living. So which area we are living, and what is our locality falls under. If it is a flood prone area or it's a severe flood prone area, that and all we have to understand. See, there are flood can be controlled or mitigated. It is a kind of it is kind of controlled measures, I can say. There will be structural measures as well as the non-structural measures. The structural measures is nothing but is a kind of dams, levees, embankments to contain or redirect flows. So the heavy precipitation water, if it falls into the land area, it will affect and it will damage. So if we build a dam, the water is collected and it will be reused in the non-monsoon periods or the summer periods. And then the detention basins and retention ponds that will hold the temporarily holding the floodwaters. It will delay the floodwater flow basically. The stormwater drainage system, canals, spillways, the other things. Real-time control systems, that is basically it's a controlling measures. It's a kind of walls, gates, those kind of thing to adjust the flow dynamically. The nature-based infrastructure like wetlands, floodplains, vegetated, buffered zones, which absorbs the floodwater. Say, I can give the very good examples of the wetlands. See, in Chennai, there are marshlands or wetlands are available with so many kilometers. Now it's shrunken. It's almost a 10% out of 100%. So the wetlands are the lands. It absorbs the water wherever the heavy precipitation it's happens in the particularly in the Chennai region. It will absorb all the waters, and what it will happen in the summer, no, there will be evaporation. It will happen, and it prevent the heavy temperature rising up in the land area. So this is the main purpose for the wetlands. Now the people are realizing uh, the impact of the shrinking of the wetlands. So this is more important. It's a natural nature is given the land for the mitigating the disasters, but the man making the wetlands into the urbanization and made the disasters more dangerously to the society. See, the non-structural measures, I can say, the flood forecasting, early warning system. So those kind of things are the mainly it is required. Zoning, land use planning to avoid building in flood prone areas. See, we may hear the news so many times oftenly. There are buildings and other developments. It is built on the water path or the lake area. So this is the main focus of the society right now. See, whatever the water bodies are available, we should not harm to the water body, and we should not make that to be vanished. See, the mainly you can say, see, the system of the floods or the heavy precipitation, it falls in the any rural area. The main drainage system is like this. So if the heavy precipitation falls, it will go to the, there will be a small tanks. The tank overflows, it will go to the lake, and the lake it will go to the big kind of water areas, and it will go to the whatever the river after. So this is the kind of systematic flows. They are planned very properly. But now the urbanization and more human development, it's made those areas blocked. So that is why we are facing the floods in the urban areas. Now the Chennai, I can give the example, the Velachery. Yeah, every time if it is a little heavy rainfall, we will be hearing the news. There will be a floods in the Velachery. See, these are the main things we may here in the meteorological or whatever the Indian Meteorological Department and government is announcing whenever the rainfall warnings. See, this is a yellow warning, we can say. So that will be a 7.5 to 15 heavy rain delivered in. It's a kind of contribute to next to 2 hours. So this is a kind of thing. It's a yellow. It's something like the traffic signal what we are following. The yellow means it's a look and ahead. See, this is a kind of thing we have to look and we have to be prepared if even the worst situation may arise. So this is a monitoring phase. I can say the yellow warning. See the orange warning. It's a 15 to 30 uh, precipitation within a 2 hours. This is a alert. It's a threatening basically. So we have to be evacuate the people if it is in there in the low lying areas. They have to be go to the safer area. So the red warning it's more than 30 rain. So this is the very danger zone. I can say the response has to be immediate evacuation. See, this is the IPCC Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change talks about the floods. See, the floods are heavy precipitation as likely increase over many land regions. So this is the definition they are giving. See, the attributing trends in large-scale river floods remains more uncertain. The signal is weaker for some flood types. So these are the pictures. It gives a better understanding what we are facing because of the floods. So the Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, it's September 2024. There is a heavy flood, and Guwahati, Assam, in the September same year, there will be a floods. Now we will move to the drought. See, we have to understand what is drought. See, many places we heard from the newses also, there won't be any water and there will be a suicide attempts from the farmers also because they are not able to pay their agriculture loan, and because of the precipitation they are not getting for the water for the agriculture. So that is a kind of why I'm explaining this these things. That's a kind of a severe thing. It affects the mainly the agriculture sector drought, and moreover, not only the agriculture sector, the drought it prevails a long period. The cities also face very severe impact for the water supply. The groundwater it goes down, and the drinking water it's going to be a big task for the government to supply the waters. See, the drought is a period of abnormally the low precipitation. Uh, that is what the definition says. And whatever I explained to shortage of water for the soils, vegetation, and over a sustained period. It is a kind of a slow onset disaster. It is unlike a flood. It is not like suddenly it will happen. It may be over weeks, months, or even years. See, if it is water demand exceeds the supply for the human or ecological or agriculture systems, uh, that is very much impact because of the drought. See the types of drought. The types we should understand what type of droughts. Then only we can understand the impact of the droughts basically. See, there are three, four types of droughts. There is a meteorological drought, agriculture or ecological drought, hydrological drought, and socio-economic drought. See, the meteorological drought, the name itself, it's a kind of meteorological. It's related to the meteorological event like precipitation, It depends on the precipitation. It's a normal or it's a below normal rainfall, whatever we are receiving. We can say the rainfall anomaly. If it rainfall anomaly means it will disturb the monsoon, and it will make the monsoon clouds not normally it will pour the precipitation. It will dissipate the monsoon clouds and make very less rainfall. So this is one of the things why we can able to note down. The agriculture and ecological drought, it's mainly for the soil moisture. So the soil moisture is very important. Everybody knows to grow the plant growth. So if it is a soil moisture is very dry, the crops will not be growing, and there will not be a effective agriculture production. So the hydrological drought, it's a kind of related to hydrology. It's like a groundwater recharge, it will be lower, and then reduced stream flow, and then reservoir levels will be lower down. The socio-economic drought, it's nothing but it's as I told you. So the agriculture, its impacts from the drought, it's related to the economy, agriculture and agriculture related industry, as well as the other economies will be affected, and affects the uh, social life of the people. So that is the main causes. See how drought happens, so that we have to understand basically. See, the prolonged precipitation defect or anomalous dryness, so that is called, it's a kind of a meteorological event. The high temperature or heat wave increases. We may hear the newses from the newspaper and media. There will be a heat wave, and because of the heat wave, there are peoples are died also, even in Rajasthan and some part of Andhra Pradesh, like Kadapa and other areas, because there in the Kadapa and other areas in Andhra Pradesh, there will be so much mining. So because of the mining, they are disturbing the ecosystem. The heat waves are more, and the people cannot able to tolerate the heat waves. The temperature, day temperature, it is exceeds the maximum permissible level. So that is the main causes for the heat waves. And then the reduced snowpack or earlier snowmelt reduces the water supply in dry season. See, this is one of the causes. So the earlier snowmelt, in the sense, because like a glacier burst, and because of the temperature rise, it starts melting from the whatever the before prior to the season, that will make the channel flow, it's a dry. So the surrounding areas groundwater also, it will go for the task. It will be, there will be a groundwater shortage. See, again, the main thing is the over extraction of groundwater for irrigation and water resources also. The cities, like the metropolitan cities, the extraction of the over extraction of the groundwater is more prevalent. So that impacts very, very, very badly. I can give very good example for the Chennai. There are the coastal areas near to the sea. There is a place called Thiruvanmayur and other area. The people are start boring, put the bore the very deep. So the moment they goes very deeper, what's happened? The seawater, it's coming and intrusion into the bores also. Not only the bores, and it comes to the groundwater, the saline water, it comes and mixed with the uh, clean water, the groundwater. So this is the impact basically. See the changes in the land cover. So the deforestation and urbanization, these are the main things. It reduces the infiltration. See the deforestation, nothing but the agriculture also, they made the cutting the trees and made the forest area to the agriculture. That is also, it's a affects the ecosystem. And urbanization, as I said, the lakes area, as well as the more developments without leaving enough open spaces, it reduces the infiltration. See, there are feedback loops. Dry soils heat up faster and leading to further drying. So these are the main causes. See, this is the map. It shows areas under drought basically. See, there are parameters it's shown. So, which is extremely dry, extremely wet. You can see there is a standard precipitation index. So this is shows you the if it is 2 and 3, the whatever the values, that is extremely wet scenario. If it goes to minus, this will be extremely dry scenario. So that is what it shows the map. So this is more important standard precipitation index. Based on this only the area, whether it is affected by the drought or not, it will be gauged. So it is not only the one season. If you receive the less rainfall, we cannot say it as a drought. But if it is consecutively 2 or 3 years, the whatever the annual average precipitation below the annual average precipitation more than 2 years, it is called as a drought affected area. See how drought can be prevented or it can be mitigated. So this is more important. See, there are monitoring and forecasting, like systems like remote sensing, early warning system we have. There are various parameters like standard precipitation index. Those things will be used to monitor the levels. Water efficient use, I can say. So we have to use kind of drip irrigation and optimized water scheduling basically. See, we should use the water very effectively, not wasting the water. So the drip irrigation improves the water usage very properly instead of just pouring the water from the pump and pumping out. And there are a lot of other technology also available now. So there will be sensors is placed in the soil area. So the soil moistures will be measured by the sensors, and wherever the soil moisture is reducing, the automatically the drip irrigation it will be switched on. And the same time the drip irrigation also it will be more, have the sensors. If it is rains, it will not switch on because it senses the uh, precipitation level also. Whatever the moisture level, it will be monitored. So the rainwater harvesting and recharge wells. So these are the basic things I can say. The rainwater harvesting, there is a good system. The example in Chennai city, it is followed maybe 7 years back. Okay, uh, the government it's passed the order without the rainwater harvesting percolation pit in each houses. They will be disconnecting the water connection as well as the drainage connection, and the government also providing the subsidies to make the rainwater harvesting recharging pits for the each houses. So this is encouraging the people to make the rainwater harvesting. So the mainly the houses roofs are collecting the water, and that is the main causes for the precipitation floods happens in the streets and roads. After they made this recharging facilities, rainwater harvesting, I can see there will be a very good positive results. There will be very less water stagnation in the streets. So that is the one way of doing it. See again the recharging wells. The recharging wells, I think the in the cities we doesn't have right now the wells. All the wells they're closing, and there will be a bore only they will put. So whatever near to the bore, they can able to recharge the roof water filtered and it can be connected to the bore holes. It will recharge the groundwater. So the managed aquifer recharge and groundwater replenishment also, it is one of the thing we can prevent a drought. And drought resilient crops. So mainly we have to use the indigenous crops or the plants wherever landscaping, wherever the cultivation. Whatever we are importing, any seeds or any other plantations that requires more water. I can give you the best example. The Indian origin paddy seeds are, the crops are require very less water compared to the seeds we are imported from the abroads, and we made our water resources more. And similar way, whatever the pesticides we are utilizing for the local crops, it requires very less pesticides compared to the imported seeds or crops. So this we have to understand and do the sensibly and very environmental concern, and we have to develop the ecosystem very nature friendly. See the policy makers measures and allocation and demand management also. There should be a drought contingency planning is must. See the nature-based solution. It is like a wetland. I explained you. It is a kind of buffer land. It gives the water level, very good water level for the surroundings also. So this is the main thing. And the other example I can say, there are wherever it's possible, there are lot of temple tanks are available in the cities and rural areas. Those can be used as a water collection ponds or recharging areas. So the government already taken some initiatives, but even the public, they take more initiatives, not depending on the governments. They can clean the tanks, and it can be used as a water storage and percolation mechanism basically. See, the IPCC defines about the drought also. There are meteorological, hydrological, agriculture drought, as I explained the typology. See, warming tends to amplify drought conditions via increased evapotranspiration and reduced soil moisture, especially in already dry regions. See, this is we have to take care. So, I think the newses we heard from South Africa, there will be a water shortage for the drinking water. The peoples are suffering like hell. They are supplying the water in the timely manner and some liters only. So these are the main things. We are not able to assess the drought. Suddenly, we will face the issues for the livelihoods, for the drinking water as well as the animals also, even agriculture. So we can take the case study for the flood and drought. See the flood case study, I can elaborate you little bit about the Chennai floods. It's a 2015 it's happened, as well as the 2023 also. Uh, so this is all well aware why it is happened, and there are whatever the causes it's happened also we knows very well from the media, but we have to understand so where and all it is affected, why it is affected, what the government can be taken some what I can say the proactive as well as the preventive measures also that the government has to take, because based on these situations, whatever the lessons we are learning, that we have to implement to protect in futures. See, the Chennai along Kanjipuram and Tiruvallur is a high flood prone due to its dense urbanization. And moreover, the Tiruvallur area, there will be reservoirs as well as the Kanchipuram also. There are rivers like Adayar, Kuvam. These are the main things. And the other thing is the Chennai is placed at the coastal location. So whatever the rain precipitations, uh, the rivers or channels or canals are carrying out and dispersing into the sea, it's based on the sea level also. So the sea, if it is not allowed the water to come and receive in the sea, yeah, it delays means there will be a water choking in the Chennai city. So that is the main cause of the flood also. Uh, See, the mainly major floods it's happened in 2015. It's almost 347 livelihoods were lost, humans, and the losses it's almost 1.03 billion dollar losses. And 2023 we knows very well, but not that much effects of 2015, the deaths. But it is again the 14 deaths has happened, and damages are unestimated. I can say whatever the 1.03 billion losses in 2015 means, this is almost minimum of times. So this is a very economic damage, I can say. So we have to be very cautious. Is it my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah, sorry, some stucks in the mid. Yeah, 2015, the heavy northeast monsoon. See, the normally Chennai receives the northeast monsoon only, not the southwest monsoon that much predominant, I can say. So there will be a heavy northeast monsoon plus El Nino and positive uh, IOD, the Indian Ocean dipole. So the El Nino and the Indian Ocean dipole, it's more related to the climate change things. So it's all combined effect. It's created the heavy precipitation for the 2015 and 2023. There will be a cyclone. Whatever I quoted the Varda Pile and then this Mixang Pile. See, this is the extreme rainfall of 15,000 cubic meter per second. The reservoir discharge. So this is the main causes. 2023, the rainfall and water availability. See, the 2015 it is greater than 500 millimeter rainfall in 1 to 2 days basically. Uh, the November 9 to 10, it filled major reservoirs, Pundi, Chembaramakam. So these are the main reservoirs feeding the water supply for the Chennai city. See what they happened. It is reached the main reservoir capacity, but they are not able to release periodically the water. Maybe it's a kind of a human error or human judgment only. Okay, so they may thought that it may not pour more precipitation. We can keep the water because if it summer comes, they will be suffering. So that's the intention, but that's why the modern technology and as well as the other things we have to utilize and we have to uh, coordinated information gathering it is required, and taking the action is required. So finally, what they done, it's a 2015. They released the water in the midnight, so the people doesn't have any sufficient time to evacuate or move from their places wherever the water reservoirs outlets are there. So I can say the Adyar River, it's one of the area the people are suffered, and then this whatever that Kosastale River, that is the Pundi water. It will be drained to the Bay of Bengal. So these are the kind of things. It's a man-made thing, but that's why the coordinated way it is required to handle the floods. See, one thing we have to understand: the floods and droughts are the natural disasters. We cannot prevent 100%, but we can able to uh, prepare ourselves, minimizing the damages. So we, if we understand properly and we are coordinated way working, all department is required. So that is why the lessons it shows the 2015 as well as the 2023 floods in Chennai. So the 2023 cyclone, it's brought continuous downpour, extensive urban waterlogging, and prolonged stagnation. See, the climate models projects 6 to 11% increase in rainfall by 2015 for China. So this is the cautioning effect for the city authorities or the governments. Whatever we received, it will may be the increasing trend. So 6 to 11% increase in rainfall means they have to be very cautious. See, now the seasonal changes it's happened. It is not like a normal rain precipitation. It is pouring like a whatever the 10 to 15 minutes. Now also there are some amount of rains now we are receiving from Chennai. It's intensely pouring the water like hell in 5 to 10 minutes. It's there will be water stagnation in the streets, but it is not a slower shower, it will be heavier shower. So this is the trends. So the government and the people also have to be very cautious and prepared. See, these are the government measures after the 2015 and 2023 measures they have taken: evacuation, relief camps, food distribution, medical aids. So there are long term measures, it has to be recorded. See, long term measures like hydrodynamic flood models for mapping and risk assessment, and then improving the stormwater drains, reservoir management, urban planning, and disaster preparedness. So, this is the long term measures. See, the inferences from the floods, what we have to take as a lesson learning, and we have to be prepared for the future worst scenarios like this 2015 and 2023. So floods in Chennai are complex interplay of climate anomalies like El Nino, IOD, the Indian Ocean dipole, cyclones, reservoirs, and urbanization. See, both 15 and 2015 and 2023 shows the delayed water management plus unplanned urban growth intensify disasters. So this is the main causes. So we have to be very cautiously plan for the mitigation measures. The future resilience recurs. So the integrated climate hydrology modeling it's required. Urban planning to restore wetlands and water channels. Community-based disaster preparedness. I can quote one example about the Japan. See, the Japan is very prone for the earthquake. So the people are trained from the school or the childhood onwards. If the disaster happened, how they have to be react, or how they have to be uh, evacuate. So those nationalities, they knows very well if it is earthquake happen, even need not to give the uh, warnings and other things by the government. They themselves voluntarily they will do all the things what they have to do. This is called a community participation. So the people also, it's a more supporters record from the people side as a society. See, these are the things it talks about the drought case study. See the background, we can say the Maharashtra, there is a drought hit in 2013 to 2015. So the Maharashtra is India's third largest states in terms of the population, and we know it's a more industry. The 50%, 55% depends on the agriculture. The 50% of the state is drought prone, so that they have to be very cautious. The severe drought occurs every 8 to 9 years, and moderate drought every 5 to 6 years. So they have to be keep in this time frame. This is a very basic yard scale. Because of the climate change and global warming, this may be shortened or this may be little prolonged. Now the recent trends, it is not a kind of a prolonging years, but it's a shrunkening the years of the span period. So the government has to be monitored thoroughly. The rainfall and water availability 2011 to 2015. There will be declining rainfall trend except 2023. Rainfall decreased year after year. So this is what we try to say. It's a drought means it's not a very below average precipitation if you received uh, 2 years or more than 2 years only. It is considered as a drought hit area. So we are the local authorities have to be monitored very properly, and they have to be very cautious. Say the Aurangabad division had lowest water storage, less than 20% in summer months. Nasik and Pune divisions dropped nearly 50 to 60% of normal rainfall in 2014 and 15. There will be emergency measures in 2015. Water express train was sent to for drinking water. See, this is what the situation it reveals. There will be a water, drinking water supplied through the trains. Then you imagine the amount of severeness of the drought hits there. So these are the years. It shows the rainfall in the Maharashtra, and whatever the 2013 and 15 period, how it shows, you can see there will be a deficiency level it is marked in. See, there are agricultural impact also there. Uh, there will be a sharp decline in Kharif and Rabi yields. Basically, it based on the rainfall, they will cultivate those crops. There will be decline. The 14-15 was 13-14. The pulses are, you can say, the 50% below, and oil seeds are below 50%, and cottons below 50%. So the shift from cereals and pulses to cash crops like sugarcane, banana, turmeric, worsen water stress. So this is also the one of the best example. If the agriculture practices changes, it drastically impacts the water stress of those areas also. See, normally the sugarcane and other things, it requires a lot of water, but they are basically cereals and pulses are cropping. So those kind of change also it impacts. The socio-economic impact. The farmers are suicides. The 1,495 cases in 2011 to 2016. So this is, it's a very sad situation. See, the highest in cotton belt like Aurangabad, Amravati, Nagpur. Migration, it will happen if it hits the drought. The people from one area to other area, they will be migrate. And rising poverty, unemployment, and indebtedness. I think, see, the how the human civilization it's happened, everybody knows very well. The humans are living in the area where they have the water resources, basically wherever the rivers, along the rivers only the settlements are happen. So the settlements happen in the river belt base because they need the basic water for the uh, drinking as well as the agriculture. So this is the main things. So the people will migrate from one place to other place if it is a drought that's happening in one area. So that is the main challenges the governments are facing. The environmental impact. So the over extraction of groundwater greater than 600 meter deep boreholes common. So this 600-meter deep borewells and all, you imagine how much we are deeper going and we are extracting the water. So whatever, see, we have to understand certain things when the planners also and whatever the authority people also. See, there are some low skyline areas. Suddenly, if they give the uh, high skyscraper apartments, imagine those areas. One apartment, they will have thousand number of flats, and how many population. For that, they have to dig the big boreholes, and they are over extraction of the groundwater from the neighbor, the low height housing people also. Excuse me. So this is the best example for the over extraction of groundwater. And land degradation, desertification risk. The ecosystem imbalance, loss of livestock, increased malnutrition. See, this is the main thing. I think the Somalia, we heard the many newses because of the drought. They're not getting the food and water. Those childs belongs to the those areas. They are in very malnutrition, and we seen so many pictures. We feel very bad. See, these are the worst end of the drought, the other end. So how the society is affecting. See, the government mitigation measures can be an immediate relief. What they done water supply through 2,000 tankers, water express train, as I said, and cattle camps, and food and electricity bill concessions they're given, or subsidies we can say, and employment guarantee scheme. Nowadays, all rural areas we have the employment guarantee schemes, like in most of the places that 100 days uh, employment from the rural areas. The loan rescheduling, exam fee waivers, land revenue concession, those are the some of the measures, immediate relief. The long-term measures, it is most important. Irrigation projects, Vidarbha intense irrigation program, they done. construction of cement check dams they done, percolation tanks, farm ponds. This is what we used to say, farm ponds. Promotion of drip and sprinkler irrigation. Subsidy the government providing 50 to 75%. So automatically the people will be lean to the drip and sprinkler. Watershed management and rainwater harvesting, and crop insurance, like they made this insurance, and inferences whatever we can take it. See, the lessons learned: water budgeting at village level is crucial. Over dependence on water intensive crop worsens the vulnerability. Public participation plus government support equals sustainable drought management. So this is both cooperation from the people as well as the government also required. See, the shift from the emergency relief to the permanent water conservation. So this is main things. See, the key takeaways: Maharashtra illustrate the multi-dimensional impact of drought, basically. The environmental, agriculture, and socio-economic, climate change. Uh, so the case study, it highlights the mainly the policy and community actions they have to be government as well as the people participation is required. See, normally what we can hear some of the newses also. Suddenly in the Saudi desert, there will be a water stagnation, or it's a kind of water flowing. And there are some other cities in recent times also. There is a Mexico flood in the Mexico. See, this all it's cautioning the human community. We have to be very cautious. See, I will show the how the flood recurrence things are taking normally. So this will give the very brief idea. Start. I think some technical issues. 1 second. It's not switching out. Okay, I think my screen, I'm not able to show those things. I will just brief you, so that will give a better idea how the things are happening. See, normally there will be a rainfall analysis and return period. It will be uh, calculated. So this is more important for analyzing the floods in the regions. See, uh, the obtaining the rainfall data, and they will calculate the runoff using the SCS and CN method. There are a lot of methods are available, and calculating the runoff volume and the peak discharge. So this is will give you a better idea. So calculating the runoff volume, how much amount of volume and the peak discharge. So the peak discharge is the period where the flood we have to be handled, when we have to handle, and estimate the peak flow also. So we will be well prepared if we understand the estimated already, the predicted the peak flow. And moreover, whatever the dams and other things are designed, it is based on the worst scenario. It is depends on the sensitivity area also. So if it is the area, it is more prone to the flood area, so they will take the very worst scenarios. See, there are kind of the rainfall depth depends on the return period and storm duration. So these are the main two parameters, and there will be a probabilistic method. It will be calculating the occurrence of the flood. So they will be taking a 100-year flood data, and they will be analyzing the 100-year Indian meteorological data also for the precipitation. They will be analyzing it, and they will be calculating the occurrence of the floods. As I explained, that drought, it's normally for the Maharashtra 8 to 9 years or something. So like that, what is the flood frequent period? It will be calculated, and based on that, the preparedness and mitigation measures are taken by the authorities, and alerts given to the people also. So the basically the management, water management is a big subject, especially for the dams, how the water is storing, and how the water is has to be released. So those two aspects are the main aspects, because we should not keep the water. We know there will be a more future precipitation, so we have to start releasing gradually to minimize the uh, damages, and minimizing the flood occurrence. And moreover, the mainly the all the water channels has to be cleaned in such a way, and there will be no hindrance for the water flow. So that has to be done by periodically, as the governments are doing before monsoon. They start doing it, and they have to be planned in a very sequential manner. Whether it's a monsoon days or not, they have to make a program for that cleaning mechanism for the water channels, as well as the storage capacity of the reservoir has to be uh, real-time monitoring, as well as the upstream as well as the downstream. So this coordination, if it's happened, there won't be any floods, damaging events. So this is the main thing we can able to take it forward. So that's all from my presentation. Any questions is most welcome. So Prem Kumar sir, we can conclude the session. I didn't get any
Yes, ma'am.
questions from the
Sir,
participants.
participants, any queries we can ask to the sir. Sir, okay, sir. We can conclude it, sir.
Sure.
Thank you for your wonderful sharing your knowledge, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. And it will gain knowledge, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all participants.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, very good evening to one and all present here. Now all the sessions has been completed, and it is the last validity function, and it will be followed by the test question and answers and the feedback from the participants. So we can wait up to 5 to 10 minutes, and the validity function will start. Thank you very much.
Good evening to one and all present here. Welcome to ATL 6-day online faculty development program and artificial intelligence for environmental sustainability and disorder reliance. Dr. J. Divya, Assistant Professor, Civil Department, UC Dindikal.
Ma'am, Divya ma'am. Madam. Participants, please wait. We will start the validity function in 1 or 2 minutes.
Good evening to one and all. Sir, audible? Sir, voice is audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Good evening to one and all present here. A warm welcome to one and all gather here. I welcome you all. Wonderful validity function of 6-day online faculty development program, artificial intelligence for environmental sustainability and disaster resilience. This is our immense pleasure to welcome our dean, Dr. S. Sudha, Professor, University College of Engineering, Dindikkal, to this August gathering. The extended presence among us today make us feel proud. I welcome you, ma'am. Our heartfelt welcome Dr. R. S. Patel, Assistant Department of Civil Engineering, University College of Engineering, Dindikkal, for this wonderful gathering. I welcome you, sir. I have great pleasure in welcoming dear participants from various academic institutions and my fellow faculty members to the edition of 6-day online faculty development program, Artificial Intelligence for Environmental Sustainability and Disaster Resilience. Once again, I welcome you all. கடவுள் இப்படிதான் வச்சிருக்கீங்க. இந்த பொண்ணு இப்படிமா நம்ம ஜாயின் பண்ணிடலாம்.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I welcome Dr. S. Sudha, Professor and Dean UC Dindikkal. They are giving to give presidential address. I welcome you, ma'am.
Yes. Very good morning to all of you. Whether my voice is audible to all the participants?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening to all. First of all, I would like to bring you warm greetings on behalf of University College of Engineering, Dindikkal, and my own behalf for this FTP. I hope the Department of Civil Engineering and their team members had arranged a wonderful, that is, they have put their best effort for arranging this FTP for the faculty members across our country. I hope the 6 days FDP is really useful to all the participants. So during that preparation for conducting this FTP program, their team members frequently approached us and they have what is that? They have waited long time for getting the approval from the AICT for conducting this FTP program. So first, for that effort, I would like to congratulate the team members for preparing this FTP program. So I would like to congratulate all the participants also, because without you, this program cannot be a successful one. So faculty members from various academic institutions, you are actively participated in this program. I hope this artificial intelligence based environment sustainability and disaster resilience is really useful to all the participants, because it is the challenging factor for today's environment. So we are facing a lot of issues. There is a global warming and all. So for this current scenario, this artificial intelligence based effort or this solution for this challenges are very important. That's why our team members from UCE Dindikkal, they have taken this wonderful topic for this challenging issues. So they would like to address those issues with the help of this artificial intelligence. So I think this 6 days FDP really useful to all the participants. For myself, it is very, very, because I am very much interested in artificial intelligence. We are working on artificial intelligence for many research works. So we are very happy to have this wonderful topic for this ATAL FDP program. So in our institute also, various faculty members, they have joined for this FTP. So it is a interdisciplinary FTP program. So we have people, participants from various institutes, from various academic courses, they have joined. So thank you for that management for allowing you to attend this FDP program, which has to be conducted on behalf of University College of Engineering, Dindikkal. So we would like to thank the AICT also considering this FDP program for our college. So I hope this FTP is really useful to all the participants, those who participated, and we would like to extend our uh, support, and we would like to thank our resource peoples from various institute across our state as well as from the abroad. They have given their valuable lecture to this FDP programs. So at the whole, we would like to thank all the participants as well as the team, those who are taking effort to conduct this FTP program, and they are bringing laurels to the institute. So I would like to thank all the participants as well as the faculty members and supporting staff members, those who are directly or indirectly supported this program. So at the whole, because since we have a running out of time, would like to finish it within few seconds. This AI-based environment sustainability and the disaster resiliences, it's really useful to today's challenges. So this program, that's why it is a interdisciplinary program. It is not meant for the particular discipline. So we have received many resources and the lectures from various eminent professors, those who are involving in this field. So I would like to extend a warm greetings and thanks to all the participants as well as the resource persons for the successful conduction of this FDP program. ATAL FDP sponsored by All India Council of Technical Education to University College of Engineering, Dindigul. So once again, I thank you all the team members, participants, and resource persons for this successful completion of this FTP program. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanking you, ma'am. Now I would welcome Dr. R. Ramesh Pandian, Assistant Professor of Civil. I welcome you, sir.
Bringing to everyone present here, it is great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion, marking the successful completion of our faculty training program. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected Dean, Dr. Sudha ma'am, for her constant support and encouragement. I am also deeply grateful to our head of the department, Dr. J. Divya ma'am, for her invaluable guidance throughout this program. My sincere thanks to all the esteemed guest speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise, which has great our. I would like to thank all the participants for their active involvement and contributions, which have played a virtual role in making this program a grand success. Thank you once again to everyone who made this journey a memorable and fruitful one. Thank you. Thanks, Anurag.
Thanking you, sir.
Dear participants, any feedback? Participants, anyone can on the video and give feedback about the 6 days online FDP.
Sir, good evening, sir. Hello.
Sir, good evening. Good evening, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Dr. P. Sabrinath. I am working as associate professor at SRM Madurai College for Engineering Technology, sir. I am from mechanical department. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Dr. Ramesh Pandian. He is my friend. Through him only I came to know about this program. Actually, I am from mechanical department. I don't know much about disaster management, and I am handling a subject called disaster risk reduction and management for our third year students. It's a mandatory course at Anna University. So I learned a lot through this FDP, which was very much useful for me to teach the students. I am handling the third year ADS, artificial intelligence students only. I am handling the subject. So all these inputs from the various resource persons regarding the AI technology for disaster management was very much informative and useful for me, so that I can teach the students in more effective manner with the help of the drone technology and GIS and other AI technologies for disaster related topics like mitigation, preparedness, everything I learned from this FDP. So I would like to thank the organizers for arranging this wonderful FDP, and also I would like to thank all the resource persons. All gave a very good lectures. When I asked for some clarifications regarding Japan case study and all, they immediately responded me and clarified my doubts. So I would like to thank all the resource persons and the organizers for organizing this wonderful FTP. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much for your feedback, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, any other participants? Please give
good
feedback,
evening.
sir.
Good evening, one and
Good evening,
all.
sir.
I'm Dr. Senthil Kumar from the Department of EEE from UC Jindakal. And I want to share some of the things happens in the 1 week for the 1 week FDP, and titled with Artificial Intelligence for Environmental Sustainability and Disaster Reliances. And they have taken thrust areas that disaster management and resilient infrastructures. And this is what I want to share some of the things. And first of all, I would like to thank all the that is organizing committee and Dr. J. Divya and head of the department civil engineering, and as well as Ramesh Pandian, Dr. Ramesh Pandian, and Dr. Prem Kumar, and other teams and all. And they have well organized and enriching experience. The sessions effectively highlighted with the interaction of artificial intelligence, that is AI. Nowadays we are all, we are all moving along with AI in each and every real-time aspects. Even writing a letter, we supposed to go for an ChatGPT, and for reference and all, we started with Google, and later we selected. Just a minute. Hello. Am I audible to all?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Audible, sir.
Hello?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
audible.
Audible, sir.
Hello? Am I audible? Sorry.
Audible, sir.
Sorry for the some of the network issues happens. And starting with the first day itself, which is very pleasant situation, is that this FDP is conducted for interdisciplinary departments. Especially I belongs to EEE department and not that much aware of environmental and disaster reliances. And we know what is environment, and how we are approaching with an in the view of civil engineer. I just came to know that Professor, the day one, professor from California and California and Shan Yi Chen, I think so. And he is the first professor delivering the first session, environmental prediction and assessment using AI. That's such a wonderful interaction and wonderful topic which is taken from by him. And that program offer valuable insight, especially for faculty looking into integrate cutting edge technology into the research and teaching, especially, and some of the teachers are asked questions and all. The strength of, I feel, the strength of this, hello, any, hello, and I believe that the strength of this faculty developed program it is and a relevant and timely theme. And we are looking forward the December 25th or 20th December month for and that is the rainfall issues and Chennai. And this is the right time to speak and right time to conduct this such a wonderful workshop like this and wonderful faculty development program like this. And we have an they have expert resource person especially, and the sessions are delivered by domain experts, especially domain experts. Some are from engineers, some are from United Arab Emirates, and someone from and foreign university, someone from NIIT and NIT something. And if I feel that if the hands-on session also included, that will be more strengthening this kind of faculty development. That is what I feel from the suggestions for improvements. And overall, the power of AI predicting and managing environmental and disaster-related challenges, and these are all the things are main key of this faculty development program. And the importance of ethical responsible that last the morning 2 o'clock onwards, that professor elaborates the ethical responsible of environmental as a human being, and what is the role of AI when we applied in sensitive domains like disaster response and environmental impact. And finally, I would like to thank one and all, and thanks for the participants, and thank for the organizing committee. Have such wonderful sessions for throughout all 6 days, and thank you all, and thank you.
Good evening, professors.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, professors. I am Professor Ramakrishnan, working as an associate professor in Adi Sangarak deemed to be University, Gudur, Tirupati district, sir. Actually, I am doing my, I am a language teacher and teaching English language for engineering students. And I am doing research on liturgical texts which are highlighting the social life and some affections due to the scientific field or natural calamities and so on. Right? Actually, in my research work, my guide advised me to give some scientific evidences which are going on throughout the world in order to support your liturgical arguments. Likewise, they advised. And here, my friend Dr. P. Michael Joseph Stalin sir and guided me to register this FDP and attend. You will get some scientific information which may be useful to you. Likewise, he advised. That's why I attended your program, sir. And here I would like to register. Even for me, literary person, I felt very happy. Why? Because so many technical informations you have shared. I cannot reproduce all in my research, but some evidentical points I can give as a support to my liturgical discussions. So I would like to thank for your management and also to my friend for organizing such a wonderful faculty development program. Thank you very much, professors. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Good evening to all.
Good evening, sir.
So myself Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Fatima Michael College of Engineering Technology, Madurai. First of all, my hearty thanks to coordinate this 6-day ATAL online faculty development program. Dr. Sudha, Dean, University College of Engineering, Dindigul, and head of the department, Dr. J. Divya, and Dr. Ramesh Pandian, sir, also on Prem Kumar, sir, to completed this session to a successful manner. It was a really nice experience to be a part of this faculty development program. I have learned more knowledge about the AI for environmental sustainability and disaster resilience by the various expert resource persons, both the academician and industrialists, to share their elaborate knowledge to us. It's a very full program to the participants from the various institutions. So once again, I thank to all to participate in this program, sir.
Thank you for positive feedback, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
I am
Good evening,
Nandakumar
Professor.
from Mohammed Sadiq Engineering College, sir, from Civil Engineering Department. I would like to thank to faculty development program. I really thank to Dr. Divya ma'am for conducting the faculty development program in great manner, sir. It was really nice experience to be a part of the FDP program, sir. I have learned more knowledge about AI for environmental sustainability by the various research persons, sir. Especially Lenin sir Lenin sir is the topic is very nice, sir. I thank to all giving me opportunity to share about this program, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all the participants. We can wind up now. And the test link will be shared in the chat box. We can also place the link in the WhatsApp group also. Please take the test. When the ATAL link will open, we want to take the another test from the ATAL website. Please, all of them go to your own ATAL websites and put the feedback, overall feedback in the ATAL website. You have own login, use your own username and password, and go to your ATAL page and put the feedback, and the test link will not shown there. After the link is it is corrected and the link will shown there, we can also take the test from the ATAL website itself. Now you can take the test from the Google form. The link is shared in the chat box and also in the WhatsApp group. Thank you all the participants.
Prem,
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Prem.
Sir, சொல்லுங்க.
You didn't share the last 2 sessions of feedback.
Sir, now we can share, sir. Now we will share it, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you.
the participants, please take the test now.
Thank you, sir.